have wondered, how does what we learn in the classroom actually relate to a future job? Today I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Jennifer Sumant, who will discuss modern medical practice and how it relates to basic science. Ms. Sumant completed her undergraduate degree at UC Berkeley in molecular cell biology, followed by a medical degree at Ohio State University, with the residency at Mount Auburn in Cambridge. And she is a Bay Area native and has practiced medicine for the past 16 years with Kaiser and Santa Clara. Today, she will review some basic science concepts normally taught at the high school and college level and show us how it translates to clinical medicine. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Jennifer Sumant.
Thank you. So as you can see, we're going to talk about the science and art of clinical medicine because it's STEAM week. So I'm Dr. Sumant. I practice internal medicine, which means that all of you, unless you're 18 now, have a pediatrician, but I'm the adult version of that. So I see people who walk into the office for regular checkups, as well as a lot of health concerns. So the medical system is really big, and we're going to get into that, and my part is just this little part of it, just like everybody's part is just a small part. So that hopefully puts it in context for you. So my talk is going to be, we're going to start with a case presentation. Then I'll go over sort of how I got here, my biography, a little more about careers, if you guys are all excited about it and are looking for a career in medicine. And then we're going to do stupid human tricks because science is fun, especially biology. Okay, so to explain what a case presentation is, because I know it sounds really obvious, but when you go into clinical medicine, you have to, you always have a patient, it's all about the patient, and you have to explain why the patient came in, what the history is. And so we do this in a format, and the format's always the same. We go over, age, gender, past medical history, what brought them to the hospital or to your office, pertinent findings on physical exam, pertinent labs, and then your assessment and plan. We're always talking about what's the differential diagnosis, because we don't want to miss things, right? So you have to think, like, what are all the problems that could possibly explain these symptoms, because people are really complex, and that's part of the art of medicine. So I decided we're going to start with a case presentation. Michael was my patient. He was a 45-year-old male with a past medical history significant for colon cancer 6 years prior. I've been actually in practice for 17 years now, and I saw him through that harrowing experience. He was treated with surgery and chemotherapy, and he was now in remission for the past 4 years, so actually doing really wonderful. He had hypertension, new onset diabetes. His wife, who is also my patient, I don't know why I wrote this in second person, recently mentioned that Michael's drinking had increased to the point that she moved out with the children to their second home in Reading, and she now limits her visits to him because it is such a toxic relationship because of the drinking. His most recent labs showed a normal blood count. That's a CBC. We're going to talk about that later. And chemistries. That's the sort of the salt, the minerals in your body, and then the exception of the elevated sugar. Glucose is the technical term for sugar that indicates his diabetes. Okay. Michael's wife went in and checked on him the weekend prior. She found him on the ground in the living room with blood all over the bathroom and the living room floor. She called the paramedics, who found multiple beer cans throughout the apartment. Okay, so here's actually the diagnosis. We're not going through the differential diagnosis because this is definitely the diagnosis. So Michael was drinking too much. The liver's an amazing regenerative organ, and so the liver, even when you're injuring it, is constantly trying to regenerate itself. So it's pretty bad when the liver has to create a lot of fibrous tissue to sort of try and restructure because you've damaged it that much with alcohol. But that's what's going on in this liver. It's called cirrhosis is the medical term for it. And then the body is an amazing thing that tries to work around problems. And so in this case, because the blood and the liver filters blood, it does a lot of amazing things. It makes the bile, which is, I have a pointer, in the gallbladder down here. So the liver makes the bile, sticks it in the gallbladder so that you can emulsify fat. Liver also spits out sugar. Liver detoxifies a lot of different substances that you take in and helps you absorb nutrition that way. So the liver does great things. When you have to bypass your liver, you make these esophageal varices. So these are veins trying to get the blood flow that usually goes through the liver around the liver. And then when these veins have a lot of pressure in them, they can burst. And that, of course, is deadly. So, on to my biography. So, you got a little bit of it, but I actually put the nuts and bolts here for you. I know it's probably too small, so don't worry. I'm going to read off the sort of what I find more interesting on here. So, so starting just with the grades, because I know you guys think about your grades a lot. If you'll notice, my high school grades are not on here because the truth is my high school grades didn't count for getting where I am in life, right? Because once I got into college, the high school grades didn't count at all. So I didn't bother putting them on here. So all you guys who are like really, really worried about your high school grades, maybe think a little bit less about them. I went to Berkeley, and so these grades here, there were some hard courses there. You can see some C, C+, Bs, particularly in organic chemistry, and I'm going to get into that. And then my MCAT scores, I took the exam twice. The second time, I did 2 to 3 points higher. I did one of those study prep courses, and those work because studying for a test actually works, and it's, you can learn to pass a test. And then I wanted to point out extracurriculars, research, and volunteer work. Different colleges look at that a lot, actually, and it's really good to try lots of different things. When I was where you guys are now, I stumbled into an internship at NASA and did some science there. That was a great experience. I learned that sometimes sitting at a lab bench doing research is a little boring, especially when you're the lowest person on the totem pole, because you're just repeating the experiment multiple times to see what happens, right? But I had amazing mentorship where I met other people at different colleges and learned what that was going to be like, especially going into the sciences. And then I did, a ton, like that whole section is filled, so a ton of other research and volunteer things that sort of open your eyes. There is, I understand, a career and counseling center here, and the people who work there are there to help you find those kinds of opportunities. Okay, so I talked about my C's in organic chemistry. This is the reason why I have a C in organic chemistry. It's because this is the Krebs cycle. And this is how our body gets energy, right? How we break down glucose and we make our ATP. And it's an amazing, interesting system where all the chemical structures are completely broken down. And when you want to do organic chemistry, you have to memorize where every little carbon and every little oxygen and hydrogen is and what the different enzymes that help this process go, what those are. And I'm just not good at memorization. But I'm still here talking to you today. So I want you to keep that in mind. Okay, so this is the bell curve. I hope it looks familiar to you guys. It just shows that if you have, a bunch of data points and and they sort of fall in this distribution, what the percent of where things fall is. It's really important to science. We base a lot of things on this. This is what our grades in organic chemistry were based on, and so it explains why it was, hard to get those grades that I got, and actually feel pretty good about them. Okay, this we talked about before is the complete blood count. It's how we write it down in shorthand when we're putting together a case presentation for, when we're talking about patients. Back when I was in residency, we had to do things by hand. And so we'd have these pieces of papers with every single, we tried to get all the data points down on these tiny little pieces of paper. And so this was like sort of the shorthand. You just draw a cross and you put in the white cells on the side, the hemoglobin, which is your red cells, your hematocrit on the bottom, and the platelets, which are helping clot on the side. As you can imagine, Michael's hemoglobin and hematocrit were super low. Okay, and this is just a different format that you'd get like out of a computer printout for the white cells, red cells, a lot of other information about how big those cells are, what their distribution is. So that's why you get all these different kind of graphs along with it. Okay, so going back to our bell curve, because I said this is not only important for grades, but it's also important for science. So when we decide what a normal hemoglobin, hematocrit, white cells are, we sort of decide that based on the bell curve. Like somebody a long time ago decided that. And so we know most people fall into the middle normal range. And then we try to figure out if people are really outside of that normal range, what's going wrong with them. And the test itself doesn't give us an answer, right? But it gives us a clue. So if, so I already just explained normal. Now, normal cannot rule out an infection. We're talking about white cells now. So white cells are infection-fighting cells. But it can't rule out an infection. Lots of people come in to see me every day with urinary tract infections, even appendicitis, right, which is a big infection that could really kill them. And I could take their, check a CBC, and that might give me a clue, oh, maybe I should send this person to the emergency room. But if I have a normal result and the pain was bad enough and it was sort of scary, I would still send them to the emergency room. I cannot rule out an infection just based on a normal white count. So going up, but when it's high, it's likely an infection. That being said, I have a patient who's had just normal, modestly elevated white cells that are just outside the range for years and years and years, and I've never found an infection in her. Or other causes, like bone marrow causes. And as you can see, so sepsis is just like a really bad infection where the infection is causing derangement in your other, like making your blood vessels, your arteries dilate, and you're almost, you're closer to death when you have sepsis. So that's just a bad infection. And then leukemia would be if you're making white cells, your bone marrow is like just spitting out lots and lots of white cells, so it's a blood cancer. Right? And then you go down, and I have another patient actually who has really low white cells for no clear reason. Sometimes when we use a different reagent in the tube and the white cells stop clumping, you actually see that she's actually sort of okay. But it's still an indication that maybe something's off. And then if you get all the way down and you say, oh, they're not making cells at all, you say, what's wrong with the bone marrow? Sometimes the bone marrow has disorders where it gets invaded by fibers and it stops functioning. So the curve tells you something, but that's the art of medicine, is that you think you could just run a test and know answers. That's not necessarily true. Okay, and this is sort of an explanation of why you don't always know answers based on simple tests, and that's because what you do in a test tube, which is called in vitro, like test tube babies in vitro fertilization, that's a very controlled environment, right? Where you have, you guys all know about hypothesis and running experiments, and you want to control all your variables. Really easy to do in a test tube. Really hard to do in vivo, right, in people. So that's what I deal with is with the in vivo. So that makes that's why it's an art of clinical medicine. A lot of medicine is really just art. Okay, so my career track. So undergrad just means going off to college. So this is like after you got what you're doing now, right? And that's 4 years. Then you go to medical school in 4 years. There are some faster track programs, but that's the average, is you do another 4 years in medical school. And then you do residency, and most residency programs are 3 to 4 years. Your first year is called an intern year. And then you can take an optional last year of chief residency if you want. You get chosen. That's actually an honor to be like earning much less money than you would if you just graduated. And then sometimes people do fellowships, and a lot of American medical school graduates nowadays go into fellowships or go into surgical subspecialties. So much of medicine is subspecialized that we actually have a shortage of people like me, of primary care doctors that just take care of people. So medicine is a great place to go, and in order to have a career where you can use your science and you can use art. Okay, and there are many different medical professionals. So I talked a little bit about different types of doctors already, but this is sort of a spectrum, and it's probably actually missing a lot of people in there that run the hospital. But we start with my medical assistant, which is like a training program that you can do pretty quickly after high school, and they're the people that take vitals, make phone calls. They call a lot of pharmacies. They call other departments, but they also interact with the patients a lot. So they still get a lot of what I enjoy especially about medicine, which is working with people. And the patient care technicians are sort of like that, and the nursing assistants in the hospital are like that on the hospital side. You have EMT and paramedics that work in ambulances, and then you get into nursing, where it is a much shorter program, and you get to learn a lot of science, but you're actually working more with the patient. The nurses take the orders from the doctor and do what the doctor tells them to, but they also double check on side effects of medications, make sure they're giving the right medicines. So they're really the hands-on people in the hospitals and also on the in medical buildings like I work, the outpatient medical building. And physician assistants have a shorter course, but actually get to do a lot of the functions of what the doctor does. They usually go to a department and continue to specialize just in a small area. So like they can do orthopedics, but they're not doing the surgeries. They're mostly doing the pre-ops and the checking on people after operations too. And then pharmacy is actually an area where more people are going into, and we're hiring a lot more from. When you go into pharmacy school, you think you're just learning about medicines and dispensing pills, but that's not really it. We're using those people to do a lot of protocol-based work. So they run our diabetes programs, they outreach for hypertension, whenever people are having, not complying with their program, and we use the pharmacists a lot, and we're going to continue to be doing that as physician extenders, just like we're hiring physician assistants, and NPs is a nurse practitioner that works a lot like the physician assistant. So if you go into nursing and then you say, no, I want to be giving the orders, you can actually do an additional fellowship type program and be the one prescribing things as well. And then there's me. Okay, we're at Stupid Human Tricks. So this is a participation section, okay? So you probably heard about your funny bone. So we're going to all take one arm, and then we're going to pull it back, okay? And just let it hang back, like really try to stretch your elbow right here, okay? Is anybody feeling cold yet? You can raise your other hand, like a little tingly cold, anything. No? Okay, now take your other hand and rub. You see a point? You have to rub on the inside point. Anybody getting tingly yet in their little finger? Yeah? Okay, we got one. Okay, I'm actually finding that if I go a little bit further up, I got another. Okay. Okay. Do we know which body system this uses? Did I put on my slide? Yeah. Okay, you can shake it out now. Like you just made your hand fall asleep, you could shake it out. So many people come in and say, I have a problem with my circulation, I feel tingly. And I say, no, you do not have a problem with your circulation. This is not your circulatory system. Your circulatory system is your heart pumping, right? And the heart, and that pumping going into your blood vessels and going into the arteries and getting the blood to your hands and your feet and then bringing it back through the veins, right? So this is not a problem with your circulatory system. We did not cut off your arteries or your veins. What we did was we pressed on your nerve, and this is one of the nerves that are closest to the surface, right? But you have lots of nerves other places, and nerves going throughout, like as extensive as your circulatory system. And so this is your nervous system. You have managed to irritate your nervous system enough to make your hand fall asleep. Oops. Okay, next, who's seen this before? This is called dermatographism. Do you have it? No, okay, so 2 to 5% of people have this condition. So we're not going to be able to recreate this condition, but we can do something very, very similar. So, what's happening here is this is somebody who's like super allergic. And so they can actually write on their skin, and it makes things puff up. But you guys can do this too, to a certain extent, right? And we can do this by pulling up our sleeve, and then rubbing, get your arm really, really hot. Do this for a good 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Who's pink? I'm pink already. Okay. Now take your nail and go ahead and scratch. And I think you guys can see on my arm, you see a nice big red mark there. It's not as good as the dermatograph has them, but there's a nice big mark. So, and we're stimulating our own immune system here, right? So if you don't get it, you didn't scratch hard enough, okay? So you're stimulating your own immune system. So the body is constantly, like we learned about with Michael, the body is constantly trying to heal itself and to protect itself. When you're injuring your body tries to repair it by releasing, histamine, mast cells, all the immune system, all those white cells try to come in and heal itself. Okay, last one is not a participation one, and let's see if it works. Okay, and it says, don't try this at home, don't try this here or at home. Okay. And it is cool if the volume doesn't work.
Practice, physicians witness syncope only on rare occasions, so that many phenomena remain unnoticed. This video demonstrates the clinical features of syncope, which we studied in 56 healthy volunteers. Syncope may be safely and effectively induced by a sequence of hyperventilation while squatting, rapid rising, and a Valsalva maneuver. In order to test the responsiveness, subjects are repeatedly asked to count.
Okay, that was the cool part. Okay, so don't do this. Nobody wants you to do this, but this is your circulatory system, right? This is the blood not getting to your brain. And so your brain is telling you, actually your vagus nerve, which handles your reflexes, is just shutting it off and saying, fall over. And so you're passing out. And you can just, and lots of people can pass out when they see blood or, obviously heat exhaustion. But this is you can actually induce this in regular healthy people too. So it's that's sort of cool and interesting, but do not do it. Okay. So, in summary, so a career in medicine is attainable. There are many ways to get into the medical field, and it's fun. There's art and science. It's a long haul, but be inspired. Okay, and questions? Ooh, too much, right? So next month, they're supposed to, so we have to chart everything, right? Because you want to get that history, right? We did the case presentation. You want to find out, okay, what brought this person here? And then, we're all very unreliable. If we want to, talk about our brains and how we remember things, it's not good. You can write something down and look back at it 5 months later and be like, did I really do that? So we have to chart everything. Next month in my clinic, next month or the month after, we're supposed to get these little digital assistants that are going to scribe for us, which is really exciting. AI is going to hopefully transform medicine. But right now I definitely, type out or dictate my charts. I'm constantly at the computer, like refilling medicines, answering emails. So I do that for, I'd say, 25%, because I'm usually like sitting at my desk after I see all my patients for a good, hour for a 4-hour slot. Yeah.
What made you decide to be a primary care doctor?
I have no idea. I was not I know some of you guys know exactly what you want to do in life. I don't know. I don't know what percentage you do. I had no idea what I wanted to do in life. And so I just went wherever I was sort of interested, what I found interesting.
Of all your years of education, which were the hardest?
Oh, that's a great question. So I'd say, being graded on the bell curve definitely affects your ego. So maybe that, but it was also the more interesting, the most exciting. But if you have a really strong foundation in biology, once you get to actual medical school where they're trying to teach you these things, I took physiology, some elective courses in my college days too. So physiology, anatomy, I loved there. So by the time I got to medical school, it was a lot of repeat. So so getting through medical school isn't the hardest thing. Yeah.
Would you say that the medical field is really competitive to land a job for?
If you go into primary care, like I said, there's a shortage, right? So primary care, nursing shortages. But there are more people going into pharmacy, so there won't be as many shortages there, but like I said, we're really just hiring them up because they can be easily utilized as physician extenders. So no, it's, you will, if you're interested and you're interested in doing the day-to-day work of taking care of patients, you will easily find a job.
On average, how many patients do you think you're seeing daily?
I don't think I have a schedule. So there's 9 to 11 slots open, and in that schedule with usually 2 reserved for phones, which go a lot faster, phone or video.
I just have.
Sorry, that's per. We think of things in units, so per 4-hour unit. So 9 to 11 times 2. Yeah.
There's been a big discussion between data sciences, data math, and conceptual math, right? Even in the big universities. So in high school, for example, going to your path. Okay, what's the best math that they could take though? Is it statistics or go up to calculus?
Oh, I do not use calculus. I took calculus twice. I took AP in high school, and I took it again in college and really got it then, which was really fun and interesting. But I do not use calculus. When I write prescriptions, I write them for 3 months. 3 months is about 90 days, but I always cheat and write 100. So I am always multiplying by 100, which is really, really easy to do. So math is not hard at all in what I do, and I love math. Math is great, but it doesn't need to be complex. In fact, the easier the math is, just like stupid human tricks, the more fun it is. Yeah. Yeah, but it's important actually to understand numbers though. So statistics is important because I think when we talk about how likely is this problem to be this problem, so often in medicine we want to find the most back of the book, like House MD. You guys are probably too young to remember that show, but things that are so unusual, and we always think this is so unusual, it's cool, this person must have it because they have all these crazy things. But common things are common, so it's really important to understand statistics.
Yeah, so I was wondering, when you were talking about the AI, Are you guys implementing that in any way into work right now, or is that something later? That will
Like
be
1 to 2 months. They're already using some AI sorting of our emails. I have to say it's not, there's different levels of AI, right? So it's really rudimentary. I barely call it AI, but they're already, in the background, a lot of AI is already utilized. Yeah. Yeah, there's one. This is a new phenomenon because back when I was a kid, it was harder to get into medical school, but like the match would almost always match you for residency programs. That being said, if you want to go into primary care, there are residency programs. They are still having trouble finding residents for primary care.
Go ahead. What happened to the guy in the case study?
He died. It was so sad. So, alcohol is really, really devastating. And the pandemic was really, really devastating. I lost, I have a panel of like 1,200 because I work part-time patients. And you always have a certain number of people who have trouble with alcohol that you take care of. But in the 15 years leading up to the pandemic, taking care of patients, I had never lost a single person to alcohol abuse and dependence. And during the pandemic, I lost at least 3. And so that's just terrible because he was my patient for a very long time.
Do we have any more questions? We maybe have time for one more. Okay. If not, let's thank our speaker one more time. Thank you so much, Dr. Smita. If you are staying the full block period, you can stay put. You have a little break while the classes exchange. If you are staying, you can stay put. We have a little break while the classes exchange while we get set up for the next speaker. If you're only staying for the first half, you can exit with your class. Thank you.
sure many of you have eaten an Impossible Burger, so today I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Smita Shankar, the person who made the impossible possible by leading the effort to develop a commercially sustainable non-animal protein. She built a team of scientists and engineers that drove research, development, and production of this protein all the way from the lab to large factories over the 9 years following 2013, when she joined Impossible Foods as employee 31. Dr. Smita Shankar is an executive in the field of food technology, biotechnology, biomanufacturing, which is the process of using biological systems to manufacture commercially relevant molecules. Ms. Shankar holds a PhD in biochemistry, molecular and cell biology from Cornell University and master's and bachelor's degrees in biotechnology from the All Indian Institute of Medical Sciences. She completed a Leukemia and Lymphoma Society postdoctoral fellowship at UCSF. Following her postdoctoral work, she worked as a scientist at Codex, a protein engineering company, and her first foray into industrial biotechnology. She is currently the Chief Business Officer at Firmic, a large biomanufacturing facility that specializes in producing novel products using microbes. And Ms. Shankar is passionate and about mentoring and coaching. At Impossible, she served as the executive sponsor for the Women at Impossible Employee Resource Group. She is a recipient of the U.S. House of Representatives Americans by Choice Award and was selected as the San Francisco Business Times 40 Under 40 honoree in 2019. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Smita Shankar.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you so much. Hey, everyone. It's really nice to be here. Super excited to be talking to all of you, and thanks for the invitation. So what I've done today is I just have a few slides. Actually, it's just pictures, and I'd like to share the story of my life, how I have come about in biotechnology and the things I'm doing with biotech. And I really want to kind of give an idea of the types of things people can do with biology. I was here for the previous talk and just inspired by what you can do with biological systems, and kind of taking it from the medical field towards more of can we make things using biology that are relevant to all of us. And I will talk a little more detail about the Impossible Burger, and would be really curious to hear how many people here have tried it and things like that. But let me just go through and walk you through my sort of journey, my background, and so it'll be woven into the rest of the presentation here. One thing that I struggled with was saying, so what's my role today? Like I can put a title, but am I a scientist? Am I a technologist? And I was like, I'm actually doing a little bit of everything. I started my career as a scientist. But then I eventually went into becoming more of a technologist. What I mean by that is taking the science and applying it in large scale and using engineering to actually produce something in manufacturing scale. And currently, as Itzel mentioned, I'm more in the business, which means now that I'm making these things, I'm figuring out how to sell them and how to, what it takes to make this economically feasible. And I will end with why this is very important, especially with some of the challenges facing the world today, like climate change and global warming, and where sustainability is extremely important, finding ways to make things not by burning only fossil fuels is extremely important. So I'll get into that a little bit, and hopefully I'll get questions then. Okay, so I just wanted to start with sort of my little bit of my history. So I grew up, I was born and brought up in India. I grew up in the beautiful city of Delhi, very crowded city. That's a very nice picture. It can get really crowded very fast. I went through my elementary, middle, high school in Delhi. The education system in India is very different from how it is in the US. I now have a middle school, a daughter in middle school, and sometimes I struggle to understand how things are done here, but it's really interesting. I think one of the amazing things about the American education system is how how open the system is to kids trying out new things and experimenting with new things through school, through college. In India, when you are in 9th grade, you have to commit to choosing certain languages, and when you're in 11th grade, you pretty much have to commit to, are you going to go in the science field or something else? Okay, so 11th is when you have to make that choice. So in 11th grade, if you choose to go after humanities or commerce or accounting or something else, you cannot go back to science later on in life. So it's a very critical decision that's made at a very young age and can really go wrong. So I mean, I'm really glad I actually chose to go into science in 11th grade because I loved it. And so I want to talk about how that kind of love for science has shaped what I did with the rest of my career. So for my undergraduate and master's, I went to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, which is a premier institute in India, in Delhi. It's a medical campus. They also had courses in human biology and biotechnology. So that's what I studied. I was an undergrad major in human biology and biophysics. What that means is kind of taking the medical perspective, which is like, what's the human body, how does it function, what are all the systems, but focusing more on the details of the biology rather than sort of the healthcare and patient side of things. So truly understanding at sort of the cellular level, at the biochemical level, what is going on inside human bodies. And around the time that I was doing my undergrad and my master's is when the Human Genome Project was a big deal. So the Human Genome Project was initiated in the 90s, and towards the end of the 90s, when I was in my undergrad, is when a lot of new information was coming from that. What that means is people actually took the DNA from humans and were able to like really try to start decoding what the different DNA sequences are coding for. It was an extremely exciting time to be thinking about biology. And so that's what got me really interested in thinking about this element that, you can make things using biology that don't just, that don't necessarily exist the way they are in nature. Let me explain what I mean by that. So I don't know if anyone here has heard the term recombinant DNA technology. Have people heard that term? Cool. So what that literally means is we now have the ability to take pieces of DNA from one organism and put that into a different organism and create sort of novel things which don't necessarily exist in nature, okay? Why would you need that? So think of the example of diabetes, right? When people have diabetes, they have a sugar regulation problem in the body. What manages sugar level in the body is the hormone called insulin, okay? And so that's produced by pancreas in all animals, including humans. And for the longest time, when people had diabetes, the deficiencies in insulin, they needed to be provided insulin. This came from animals. So what we did was we were extracting pancreas from animals and extracting the insulin, and that was the medicine that was being supplied to people who had diabetes. With the advent of something like recombinant DNA technology, what people could do was figure out the part of the DNA that codes for this protein, which is insulin. Take out that piece of DNA and plug that into the DNA of another organism, like a bacteria or a yeast, and I'll get into why that's important. These are extremely small organisms which you can manipulate, which you can grow really fast. We can grow in controlled environments, and you don't have to go slaughter animals to get this product. Insulin was one of the breakthroughs of using this recombinant DNA technology, where we were able to take the gene, put it into bacteria, produce it at large scale. And today, that's how insulin is produced for treating diabetes, okay? So when I was in my master's, this is the kind of thing that I was reading about. The Human Genome Project was happening, and I realized that that's what fascinated me the most. I still did not know what exactly I wanted to do, or it wasn't like a very well thought out career path, just that I was really enjoying science and math, and I was really enjoying biology in particular. So following my master's, I came to the US to pursue a PhD. in biochemistry, again, because I realized that what really interests me is the biological systems. And so I went to Cornell in Ithaca, which is just beautiful, stunning, very different from Delhi. The first few nights I couldn't sleep because it was too quiet. It was like, where is all the noise? But got used to that, and also got used to having snow for 6 months in a year. So it's all great. Beautiful campus. And at Cornell, what I ended up doing was working with basic biological systems. So I love this cartoon. Let me see if I can kind of point here. So, okay, so what this is showing is just like a very fun cartoon of showing what's happening inside a cell, okay? So here you have DNA, which is the building block of life. Are people here familiar, has anyone heard the term central dogma of biology? Okay, yeah, quite a few hands there. So the fact that information in biological systems is coded in DNA, that gets read into what's called an RNA, which you think of sort of an intermediate molecule, and then that makes proteins. And a lot of what's happening inside our bodies, inside our systems, in plants and animals, and any living organism, is actually happening due to proteins. They are they maintain the structure of your cells, they maintain functionality, they are the enzymes which carry out critical functions, okay? So this is kind of showing that central dogma in some way that, the DNA is being read, you're forming an RNA, the RNA is then making proteins, you're showing the amino acids here, and this kind of complex structure. So in my PhD, I actually spent 6 years just understanding one of these little pieces from one organism. And that's what it took, 6 years to study all of that. But the important skill that I would say that I learned, whether it was in my master's or in my PhD, was the ability to learn. Because things keep coming, there's like new information coming all the time. And especially now with genomics, where everything's getting sequenced at a rapid rate, it's really easy, it's very cheap, a lot of people are doing it. You have AI, which enables you to read information at a speed that no human could and no computer previously could. So now we are generating, so it's not just a string of letters, but that the string of letters is actually now making sense, right? So you're taking data and you're converting it to knowledge at a rate which is really, really fast. And so one of the things for me was kind of like really getting into the system and saying, okay, how does this work? How do cells work? So I did my PhD in a very specific subject, and it was understanding the process of going from DNA to RNA. It's called transcription. So I spent a bunch of time figuring that out and really enjoyed what I learned at the stage. And then from there, I came to California, and I came to University of California, San Francisco. It's the Mission Bay campus where I pursued my postdoctoral work. And so the way it works is if you are interested in an academic career, which means if you want to become a professor at a university, you get your PhD, you go do postdoctoral work, and that's your first time doing independent research. So in the PhD, it's the professor who's kind of defining sort of the big picture organization of the project, and then you kind of come in with your independent idea. As a postdoc, you find your own source of money, and you go and explore your own project. So I was working here, I had a Leukemia and Lymphoma Society fellowship, and the reason was that I was studying something. I was studying a system in cells, which was identical between the way the system works in yeast and in humans, and it actually plays a role in cancer indication. And so that's why I was funded by Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. What I did in my postdoc work now was I went from understanding things purely at mechanistic level or very biochemistry level to thinking about the organism as a whole, okay? And so I was doing a lot of work with genetics, so yeast genetics, bacterial genetics. And yeast and bacteria are extremely powerful, okay? So they are called model organisms. There are some types of organisms called model organisms. Maybe you guys have heard of them, like E. coli, yeast, the one that's used for baking. It's called Saccharomyces cerevisiae. There is another one called Schizosaccharomyces pombe. These are all organisms that people have studied for decades. So what's powerful about them? First, they are unicellular. So it's one cell. And fundamentally, the organelles in the cell and the sort of overall organization of the information is the same, highly conserved evolutionarily from bacteria through larger organisms all the way to humans. So if you can understand things in these model organisms, a lot of the time you can predict what's happening at larger scale. And so for me, it was very useful now to sort of understand how organisms work as a whole. So I almost, I used to joke that, I went from, I'm going up the evolutionary ladder, like, starting to just understand biochemistry, then work on bacteria, and then work on yeast. So the obvious next step was go towards, plants and humans and animals. So this was a really critical time for me because I, until this point, was very convinced that I wanted to become a professor and wanted to pursue an academic path. However, in 2011, what happened was I was introduced to this company called Codexis. And I started talking to people who were using information they were learning, knowledge they were learning in schools, colleges, to apply and make products, like make real things that impacted people. And the more I talked to people like this, the more I went and visited these companies, I actually felt very inspired that I really like teaching, I really like the academic path, but I really want to be more in touch with making something. So what they do at Codexis is they basically take proteins or enzymes which naturally exist, and they make them better, right? So they have, let's say an enzyme, what does an enzyme do? It catalyzes reactions going from A to B. So you have a substrate, the enzyme catalyzes it, and you have a product, okay? These enzymes can be made to be more productive. You can have faster, you can have it more efficient, you can reduce byproducts, you can make it more sustainable. So Codexis was a company where we were manipulating enzymes and doing protein engineering to have what's called green chemistry, so more sustainable enzymes. In pharmaceuticals, I'm showing here a picture of pills. A lot of the times you're using enzymes, they come from chemical processes, and your biological processes can be a lot less harmful to the environment. So we were working on that, and so once I heard about Codexis and I went and met them, I really liked it, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna move. And it was a very hard decision for me. It was a very hard decision for my professor. He didn't like it, but we eventually, came around that, this is the right thing for me to do. And so I spent a few years here understanding how people use microorganisms to produce actual products, okay? So just spent a few years here, and then eventually I went to Impossible. So I'm going to focus mostly on Impossible because I think that's sort of the most exciting part of my story. I've been there for, I was there for almost a decade, and I think I'd love to hear what people here have to say about the Impossible Burger. So first, before I talk more, I just want to know how many people here have tasted the product. Awesome, awesome. Have people tasted the burger, or have people tasted sausage like at the Starbucks? Okay, great, great. Okay, so Impossible happened to me also almost by accident. Someone I knew who was working at Codexis moved to Impossible. And so here's the really funny story about Impossible. The company was founded in 2011 by Pat Brown. Pat was a professor at Stanford, and he had actually done some really groundbreaking work in biochemistry in the past. You wouldn't think a biochemistry and MD, PhD is going to sort of make food, So when I heard about the company and when they reached out to me, I went and talked to Pat, and I was like, why is a scientist thinking about food? And he made a couple of really interesting observations that when we think about making new foods, or at least this is what I used to think 10 years back, you think about like, I'm gonna add more salt, add less garlic, fry this way, cook this way. But he was kind of taking this really big step back and say, how is food made, right? So if you think about it, we're growing grass, we're putting a ton of water, growing grass, having the cows eat the grass, and then the cow grows for X number of years, and then we slaughter the cow, and we get the meat. For this much meat, the amount of energy and efficiency that goes into the system, it's mind-boggling, okay? And one of the things he said, I remember this so distinctly, he's like, and then of course there is the whole global warming, climate change impact of animal farming. So you have a lot of cows. Back in the day, if it was just some cows grazing, it's different. Factory farming is where you're just growing cows with the purpose of making food. And so much of the world's land and water and all these systems currently are diverted to factory farming, okay? And then the cows, of course, produce a lot of methane. They're burping and farting all the time. And that's literally one of the top causes of greenhouse gas emissions right now, okay? But here's what Pat said. He's like, look, you can't make people feel guilty about global warming and say, don't eat meat. You have to find an alternative. You have to put something that people like and enjoy, right? And they have to enjoy it, and that's how, and you create an alternative product, and they should want to buy it because it tastes good. And I was sold when I heard that. So the approach we took at Impossible was understand what makes meat meat at the molecular level, at the scientific level, and then reverse engineer that and see, can we make that without the animal? If I can understand at a basic level what it is, then I can make it. So it's kind of taking the science principles, which is figuring out what's in it, and then combining it with the engineering principles, which is now how do I make it, okay? So this is what our raw product looks like. And one of the big differences between, this was one of the first products in 2015, 2016 when we launched. If you compare this to before that, any other non-animal product, right? So all the plant-based things were like garden burgers and they don't look like meat, and they're not meant to. The audience is vegetarians. It's people like me who grew up eating vegetarian food their whole life, and so when I go to a barbecue, I needed like a sorry excuse of a burger on the side. So that's what it was for me. But this is for people who like meat, right? So they enjoy it. So we had to make it look, taste like meat. And the reason it looks like meat is because of the texture and the color, right? So you see that pink color, it looks like blood. And so that was, this blood was the focus of my work, because otherwise I find it hard to kind of see how my entire background justified sort of being in a food company. And the way it justified is I led the team that figured out how to make this protein. It's called heme, okay? So in all our bodies, in our blood, we have hemoglobin. I'm sure you are all familiar with that. Hemoglobin is a fascinating protein. It has iron bound to the protein. It has a heme group. It's a small heterocyclic group, iron bound to it, bound to the protein. And it gives it this very bright red color. That's what makes your blood red. And so we figured out that if we can make hemoglobin without the animal, the only way you can currently get hemoglobin anywhere is from animals and human in the blood, So can we make hemoglobin without touching an animal? And the answer is yes, right? So that's the work that I focused on. So what we did was we found a protein that's naturally found in plants, in soybean plants, actually. So if you went into the field and pulled out a soybean plant, the roots of the plant have these little tiny nodules. You cut them open, they're actually bright red in color, which you wouldn't expect because plants don't have blood, but this one does. And so that protein is what we decided we would make to put into the burger. And what we had to do was figure out how to use a model organism like bacteria or yeast to make heme. So we ended up using yeast. It was a very, I want to say, very hard project for a few years, where what we had to do was two things. One, we had to take a foreign protein, we put it into the yeast and have it grow and produce something. But two, we had to manipulate the yeast itself to produce more of the heme factor, right? So there is metabolic changes, there is cellular changes, and we had to do all of them together. So in these years, what I ended up doing, in addition to being a scientist, was actually hiring people, building a team, and recognizing the different types of scientists that exist, like for what kind of work do I need a molecular biologist? Where do I need a biochemist? Where do I need a chemist, an analytical chemist? Where do I need an engineer? Where is it a chemical engineer? Where is it a software engineer? Where is it an electrical or a mechanical engineer? So figuring out all those things was something I really enjoyed doing in the course of my time at Impossible. So the fundamental concept was the company had sort of, it had texture team and a flavor team, and we had these groups of people. We used to do tours in the lab, actually, and we used to have schools come through because it was really fascinating. When you have to reverse engineer, for instance, what does meat taste like? One of the things you want to know is how do your teeth feel when you chew meat? And so we found a way to, we found a small device that we could make in the lab, which could put pressure on the meat and give us a number that kind of predicted how your teeth would chew something, right? Similarly, for flavor, we reverse engineered. We took meat, we took all the components of meat, extracted them, and we put them through what's called chromatography mass spectrometry. It means you separate molecules and it identifies each one of them by mass. And then we would have one person literally sitting there smelling as these things were coming out through the pipes, and he would smell and be like, that smells like socks. We literally had and it was so funny because once we had a media tour coming through the lab and someone was saying, that smells like dirty socks. And the reporters just froze, and we were like, it's just like it smells like, there are all these things which are, in fact, if you did that with real beef, you get these complex mixtures. Each one of them have completely different smells. Anyway, so we used all these systems, reverse engineered overall the product on one hand, and then on the other hand, we made heme separately. And in the course of this, I went from figuring things out in a lab, which was amazing, scientifically challenging, intellectually challenging, but kind of going from there into the real world, which is, great, I can make this product. Who's going to buy this? And can I make the product for less money than how much I sell it for? And that's really, really hard, because you can hire 50 people and scientists and engineers, give them all the money, and they can do all the work. But can you do that with lesser and lesser? Because someone needs to buy it at your Safeway or Target or Walmart, whatever. So that's when the reality for me hit, and that's what I realized I'm the most excited about. So here I was starting as a scientist, but concluding that actually business is what really, really motivates me. I love using science to move business. And so here I'm showing you a picture of what a small-scale plant looks like. On the left, the tank, you see that woman standing next to the tank, it's probably like a few thousand liter. I am standing here next to a tank that you can't see the top of. It's several 100,000 liters. It's about 4 to 5 stories long. And we are producing food in that tank. So we're producing food proteins in that tank. So imagine cleaning that, right? Imagine, and you have to clean it between every run, okay? So every time I take my bacteria, my yeast, which I have modified, I put it in the tank, I grow it for a certain number of hours. I have to provide food to the bugs to grow, to the organisms, so I have to provide salt, water, sugar, minerals, vitamins. And then after a certain amount of time, it uses all this raw material, and I have made the genetic changes, so it produces what I want it to produce. And then I take out the product, extract what I want, which is the heme protein, and I have to clean this thing. So imagine when you're cleaning in your sink or like a small pan, a bigger pan gets harder. If it's got all these nooks and crannies, it's even harder. We have to clean this and get it ready for the next. And these are all borderline sterile processes. So, and you have to do that without spending too much money. So it's fascinating to figure out how to do something like this. So to me, understanding sort of at the DNA level, the system, and then thinking, how do I get this to be made in a way that I can actually sell has been the sort of the most fascinating part of my journey. So I know I didn't get into a lot of details with sort of the science aspect of it, but I just want to end with something for you guys, okay? So if you were to choose a career, say in biology, biotechnology, what can you do? So I did this very basic, I call it first principles experiment, which is, look at everything around you, right? Where do things come from? Like, how are they made, right? That curiosity is what drove me to think about how is I'm wearing this, like where's this fabric coming from? Where's this wood coming from? Where are different things coming from? And you will see that a lot of the things around us in the world are coming from highly unsustainable processes, because we have built the world around sort of things that come from petrol, fossil fuels. And biology now holds the promise of being able to make a lot of these things in much better ways. So I'm just showing examples of things which are currently made using biotech. And I hope that you guys would consider something like this, right? So of course, medicines, a lot of medicines today come through biotech processes. Medicines are expensive, so it can afford the biotech processes. So no questions there, no one challenges how to use biology. But if you start talking about fertilizers, okay? Currently, fertilizers come from petroleum. So the process of making fertilizer is highly unsustainable. Very cheap, so people keep doing it, even if it's unsustainable. But the other piece is it's polluting the environment with chemicals. So you add it in the soil, and then the water runs off, that goes into the rivers. There's like chemicals and plastics in the system. And so if we could switch to a biology-based system, you could bypass a lot of these issues. And today, again, with the genomics information and with the kind of AI tools which are out there, we see progress happening at a crazy rate. So by the time some of you are making sort of your graduate school, postgraduate, or career business decisions, we're going to be in a much better place even to use these tools and apply them to solve real problems. So this is something I really enjoy. That's a petri dish meat. I think some of you may have heard that people have tried to culture even animal cells. Very hard to do, and currently not cost-wise, it doesn't make sense. Right? I think one burger will be like, I don't know, thousands of dollars. But it's, we've improved. It used to be tens of thousands of dollars, so it's come down. But when will it hit $4.99 at Walmart? I don't know. But yeah, I just hope that everyone sees sort of the potential in what can be done with biology, and I'm happy to take any questions.
After developing the Impossible Burger, what's the next product you're looking to develop?
So, good question. So I actually left Impossible about a year back, and now what I'm doing is I'm working on the factory side, on the business side, and I'm working with many different people who are trying to make different types of proteins. So some of them are food proteins. For instance, there are people who are trying to make milk, or people who are trying to make egg, also using biotech. There are people who are making medicines, enzymes, and so it's because I'm on sort of the engineering side of things, I'm working with a lot of different products right now. Thank you. Yes.
So I see that when making the meat, trying to replicate the flavor, because that's what the meat that's what they've always had, the exact flavor. What about the myoglobin? Is there a way to make artificial myoglobin to make the flavor correct?
Yes, that's a good question. So just for everyone, the hemoglobin in the human blood, the similar protein that's found in muscles in cow, is called myoglobin. And so we could have chosen to use myoglobin. We chose to use leg hemoglobin, which is a hemoglobin from a plant, and any of them can actually add different flavors. In our product, leg hemoglobin gave the best performance in terms of we liked the taste and the overall functionality the best.
All right, let's thank our speaker. If there's any more questions, you can come up to the stage too for a minute. Thanks.
All Nutrition is a leader with a proven track record of building and running highly skilled and motivated local and global teams. She has mindfully shaped her career over the years by choosing every single opportunity that brings a healthy balance of learning and sharing. Andra Chandrasekaran is an infrastructure technologist working on cutting-edge technology and scaling solutions for the customer-facing LinkedIn product. Please give a warm welcome to our two speakers.
Thank you, Paulina, for that warm introduction. So, first of all, super excited to be here, and thank you all for showing up and showing interest in learning how to rock your profile. So it's definitely going to be, I'm going to highly encourage all of you to use your laptops or mobile phones, whatever devices you're comfortable with, I'm guessing mobile phones. And feel free to follow along and use this session to not just create your profile, but learn how to rock it. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. But before we get into that, I'm going to also introduce myself a little bit. My name is Anu, and as a professional, I have over 30 years of experience. Yes, that's a lot of years of experience working in tech, and I worked for several large companies. Obviously, the most recent one is LinkedIn. At LinkedIn, I build products and services to serve the international audiences. We are talking about a very diverse set of folks who we need to help understand LinkedIn. Because the value of LinkedIn is not just for serving the local audience or local member base, but we want to make sure that we are able to reach the international member base, because you'll see in a moment what that all means. And as a mom, I have two adult kids. Both of them graduated from Lynbrook High in Cupertino. And one of them is working as a SWE, software engineer at Amazon, and the other one is going to Cal Poly Slow. So I think I know a thing or two about speaking to this audience. And lastly, I am also a fitness enthusiast, a wannabe influencer. Yes, I am on Instagram. I'm trying to figure out how to be a creator. But also trying to build a brand which is very different from the professional brand that I've built for myself over the years. So we'll talk about a lot of these things. I think it's very important for you to, again, everything that I just described about myself, we'll talk about how we connect these different elements as you think about building or creating or rocking your profile on LinkedIn as well. So with that, Asha will introduce herself when she has the opportunity to speak, but we'll just get started. So what's our agenda for the day? We will definitely start with getting to know LinkedIn, because it's very important to understand what LinkedIn stands for and why should you choose LinkedIn or why should you be on LinkedIn. And then the most important topic of the day, which is your profile, owning your profile, telling your story, what does it really mean? And of course, beyond your LinkedIn profile, how should we be thinking about LinkedIn and leveraging LinkedIn to kind of be your companion and coach as you navigate and your career. You're talking about the next multiple decades, so how should you be thinking about LinkedIn? And of course, there's no session that is complete without question and answers, and then we'll just wrap up. So again, feel free to raise your hand. There'll be pauses in the presentation today, which will give you the opportunity to ask questions that may be more pertinent in that context as opposed to just waiting for the end. All right, getting to know LinkedIn. LinkedIn's vision, I just want to take a moment and read this, because every word here has been carefully crafted, and people have literally spent multiple hours. We're talking about tech execs who spent multiple hours in crafting a vision, and vision is absolutely important for any company. And we'll talk about other companies, their vision and stuff, but I think it's very important to talk about it in the context of LinkedIn. Create an economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. So in this context, what we're really talking about is, the key words here is economic opportunity, which means that ability for you to be able to support yourself, support your family, be able to follow your dream, your passion, leverage your skills, hone your skills, grow and learn along the way. For every member of the global workforce, which means, like what I spoke about earlier, this isn't about making an impact in US. This is about ensuring that every member of the global workforce, and we are talking about, does anybody know, just want to raise your hand on the number of folks that are in the global workforce that we are talking about? Like globally, how many people are in the workforce?
Probably like 10,000.
Well, you have to think much bigger than that. The scale is much bigger than that. We are talking about, yes, 4 billion? Well, very close, very close. It's a little lower than that, but you're in the right scale. All right, so we are talking about 3 billion people that are in the global workforce. That's the audience, that's the member base that we want to serve. And that's what LinkedIn's vision is. A vision typically is this true north that guides the company. This is the big, hairy, audacious goal the company sets for itself, which is almost like something that you can never achieve. Well, means that you're really dreaming big and you're setting that big vision, so you're always moving in that direction. So that's LinkedIn's vision. This is what we live and breathe every single day. We remind ourselves why we exist, why we do what we do. And of course, the next step is you can dream big, but you need to also be able to do things to move towards that vision, towards that dream. And that's where the mission statement comes in. The mission here is how we achieve that vision. The way we achieve that vision is by connecting the world's professionals. Again, we're talking about the global workforce, the 3 billion people, right? To make them more productive and successful. Now, we cannot help the global workforce if we don't provide them with connect them with the opportunities. And once you're connected with those opportunities, you want to make sure you have the right skills and you have the right tools in order to be successful in that opportunity. So you see, LinkedIn is not just about finding the job or finding that opportunity. It's also about being successful in that opportunity or in whatever avenue you choose for yourself. And why LinkedIn? That's great. That's an amazing vision and a mission to have. But there's tons of job boards out there. I mean, there's so many other companies that kind of offer similar things, especially when you think about it in the jobs context. But why should you really think about LinkedIn? And what is our core value proposition? Typically is what we offer to you, which is like, hey, what am I really giving you? That's really the core value prop. And the value prop is really connecting you to the opportunity. And how we do that is this. So when you think about LinkedIn, the thing that really should stand out is not just jobs, but also the power of building a community and making sure you're nurturing that community. So it's ultimately, and so if you think about the numbers are staggering, right? We've got 58 million, and this data is a little bit dated. And today we have close to 70 million companies that are on LinkedIn. And these are the companies that are a key part of creating that opportunity for the global workforce. And we are close to 1 billion members right now. Like I said, 2 years ago, we were at 810 million, and we've added 200 million members in the last 2 years. So just imagine that. We already have 1/3 of the global workforce already on the platform, right? And this is growing. We are talking about millions of jobs and thousands of jobs getting added every single day. And let's not forget that skills are so important. It's not just about finding these jobs, but it's also ensuring that you have the skills to be able to be successful in these jobs. And let's not forget the schools. Well, this is where all of this is in the making, right? Like this is where you're laying that foundation for understanding the skills that you need, figuring out what kind of career you want to choose. How do you dream big? What is the vision that you have for yourself? All of that starts here. And of course, not to mention that there is literally billions of articles or knowledge posts that exist on the platform that will allow you to consume and learn things in a more unconventional manner, right? Like, so I think that's effectively what the economic graph represents, where each of these, imagine any STEM students here? Okay, so So you think about it I'm sure this is easy for everybody to conceptualize, not just STEM, but think about representing all of this as data points on this three-dimensional graph, right? Just visualize it, where you've got Anu, her skills, all connected, and then you've got a job that requires those skills, and then you've got somebody who's hiring for these jobs, also looking for those skills, and the whole thing just lights up because of the fact that I was able to represent myself and showcase my skills on the platform, which enables someone else to find me, and boom, the opportunity right there. You're able to make that connection. All right, so now we get into the meat of the presentation, which is your profile, your story. It is so important for every single person, whether you actually take the action to build your profile on LinkedIn or not, but to really understand what your story is. What does your profile even look like? A profile is not your resume. It's not a snapshot in time. It is a living, breathing entity, and that is the way you need to look at it. I mean, we are in a world of social media where there's profiles everywhere, and I'm sure every single one of you has some form of social media presence, and a profile, as you know, it truly represents who you are. And it's not just about who you are, it's what is it that you want your community to see when they look at your profile, right? So it's really about telling that story. And when you think about story, you're thinking about what is that professional identity you want to create for yourself. And professional identity starts with the skills that you have, the kind of jobs that you want to acquire in the future, and also who you are as a person, bringing that personality into it. So all of these things make up that story, and that's the way you should be thinking about creating your profile or rocking your profile on LinkedIn. All right, so I wish this was a video, but unfortunately we only have like a picture here, but it's really simple. So if any of you have your mobile phones and you want to do this now, this would be a good time. If you don't have a profile, go ahead and sign up, or if you have a profile but you have not updated it, then this is a great time to do it. So open up your profile, and before we get into it, I actually want to leave you with one more piece of information. It is so important for you to think about what that brand looks like for you when you build this profile, because ultimately people who have a quality profile, which means a profile that is fairly complete, are 9 times more likely to be reached out by their community, 21 times more likely to be reached out by recruiters, like people who are obviously wanting to connect with you for an opportunity, and are like 4 times more likely to be receiving messages from people. So which basically means it's so important to create an authentic brand, because that's what the profile is, like figuring out what that authenticity means to you and capturing that in your profile. So it starts with the photograph. So imagine that, I don't know, you were at an event, right? And you just had this amazing conversation with somebody, you connected really well, and you just exchanged, right? Like you said, hey, what's your LinkedIn handle, right? And then few weeks later, you just go on to LinkedIn and you look up this person, and you pull up that profile and you see there's no picture. How likely are you to connect with this person? You find no information. How likely are you to connect with person? This scenario is true for any social media out there, right? So profile makes it more trustworthy. A picture on the profile makes it more trustworthy. It makes sure that you are a real, living, breathing person, and it brings that authenticity to your brand. So that is why it is super important to create a profile picture. As you saw here, there's some key statistics, but a profile picture doesn't have to be a professionally taken one. Just because we are a professional community doesn't mean it needs to be a professional photograph. Just make sure the lighting is clear, and you're not putting picture. Profile should just be about you, and not your family. I love my family, but I don't know if I want to put a family picture as part of LinkedIn profile. Definitely, I mean, we all love pets too, but typically you want it to be about you. So this is another one. It's really amazing. Can anyone say why we need this feature? Like, why is it important for someone to just record your name? Like, you would think about, you look at this feature and it'll say, hey, well, it's a great way to just record your name. Why is it important to do that? Like, why should you care about that? Yeah. Absolutely, you got it. We live in a very diverse world. I mean, look in this room, like, it represents, there's so much diversity right here, and it is so important. Pronunciation is everything. I don't think I will enjoy it much if someone mispronounced my name. So it would be amazing if I could just tell them how to pronounce my name. Sometimes we ask people if it's difficult, hey, how should I pronounce your name? I think that shows that we care, right? That's someone's identity and we don't want to mess it up. So when you're on a platform like this, it's even more critical that you actually use this feature, especially if you think that yours is not a common name. So yeah, there's a few quick things here. So if you want to do this, maybe this isn't the best time, but you should definitely do it later. It's a mobile-only feature. Make sure it's less than 10 seconds. I don't think we want to listen to someone saying their name for more than that. And of course, everybody in this room knows the etiquette of how to record, so I'm not going to even go into it. So this one is kind of following the same pattern. We talk about profile is about representing who you are in the most authentic manner, and obviously pronouns are a key piece to that. Some very important stats, like 72% of hiring managers believe it's important and it shows respect, and nearly 78% of job seekers also believe that it is important for them to add pronouns to their profile. Yes? Yes.
What happens if you get SIM swaps and you lose your LinkedIn account?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What happens if you get SIM swaps and you lose your LinkedIn account?
SIM swap and lose your LinkedIn account. Has it happened?
Yeah, it happened to me.
Okay, well, let's take that offline because that could be a slightly more technically nuanced answer, but we will take that offline. There should be a way to recover it, in short. Yes. So that's why I said let's have we are digressing a little bit, so let's have that conversation maybe after the presentation, so because it's going to take a little bit longer to get into that. Okay, all right, so creating a profile video, this is also a mobile-only feature. It's absolutely important, especially if you're a creator. When we talk about, again, in today's world, we are breaking the barriers when it comes to what like traditional jobs look like. No one's really thinking about 9-to-5 jobs anymore. People have many side hustles. Look at me, like I'm a tech professional by day. I'm probably a fitness influencer by night. So there are many different things, many different personas that we have. So it's absolutely important for you to bring that element of who you are when you're creating your profile, and this being able to upload a profile video is a great way to do that. And when you do it, you are making it a little bit more conversational. You are making it a little bit more personal. So a great profile video, which could be a 30-second video for someone like me, could be, hey, what do I do? Or maybe let's just take another example where, say, I'm someone who is extremely passionate. I'm part of a nonprofit organization. I love helping women figure out how to be more self-sufficient. Now, well, the way I say it is obviously it's starting with what my role is and why do I do what I do and what does it mean for the person that could potentially be hearing it. So just taking those 3 simple cues and including that into your narrative as part of just capturing who you are is a great way to capture the 30-second summary. Again, not something that you want to do right now. So after this section, we'll probably pause for questions because it's a lot of content. And then the next important section is industry and location. Again, these things are probably not super relevant where you are now, but a lot of this is going to be foundational to how you are thinking about as you exit high school. And maybe some of you will go and chase your dreams. That could mean college, that could mean something else. But regardless, whatever path you choose, you're always going to be looking for opportunities. And in order to find these opportunities, it is really important that you have these foundational elements in your profile, right? So being able to, again, there's some really cool stat here. If you have the industry information, you get a lot more profile views. The more profile views you have, the more people are looking at who you are interested in your profile, and that can turn into opportunities. And like I said, there's nearly 300K people who search pretty much by industry. When we're primarily talking about professional space here, it is really important to figure out which industry you're part of. Again, a lot of this could seem very relatable, especially if you're on any other social media platform, but I think what truly differentiates LinkedIn from all of them is the fact that it's a professional community, a professional brand, and I think that's why these things are still relevant, because the companies that are looking to hire professionals are still looking for these important aspects in your profile. So I think that's the key element that's a takeaway from all is in terms of how do you create your profile so that the right people are looking at it. And for that, you need to know who are on LinkedIn, right? Like these are the companies that are typically hiring. So the last one is on open to work. This is a cool feature. I'm not going to dwell on it too much. So essentially the idea here is if you're open to opportunities, you want to definitely take advantage of this. This is a feature that has a privacy setting where you can either say you're open to work and publish it, announce it to your world, to your community. You might be surprised how many people are willing to help in your community if they really know that you are open to work. So there is a lot of power in creating that community, and we'll talk about all of that in a little bit. But bottom line, choose your job preferences, make sure that you know exactly what type of titles you're looking for, locations you're looking for, whether it's a full-time contract, remote, whatever the case may be. But I think the thing that might be of interest to you is the fact that it does not have to be announced to the world. It can also be private, and it can be private to recruiters only. All right, so there's a lot more that we can do to create a compelling summary, but I'm going to pause here for any questions that we have covered on the topics today. Yes?
Is it possible to get a job at like this age on LinkedIn?
On LinkedIn as in at the company LinkedIn or on the platform LinkedIn? Sure, I mean, look, we are talking about, you should definitely, I highly encourage you to first look, for sure. The question is what type of jobs, right? If you're looking for volunteering opportunities, if you're looking for like side hustle, part-time gigs, things that could help you figure out what you want to do, definitely. But again, the way LinkedIn works is there's multiple ways in which we bring jobs onto the platform. We have the companies who are exclusively posting jobs on the platform. So it will be, obviously, the choices will be limited by what's available that the companies are willing to expose and create on the platform. And we also do a lot of job scraping, right? Like this is how you typically go to Google Jobs or Indeed or any other jobs portal. A lot of these companies typically do what is called scraping. So there's tons of APIs, open source APIs that are out there that you can pretty much use bots to just scrape data off of and then publish them on the platform. So we do that too. So a lot of it is yes. The short answer is yes, but the long answer is it depends, right? Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
I noticed there's like a start following button on my screen. Is that for like following like Google, and does that help you like get into a job, for example? Or?
Yeah, so I think Asha will talk a little bit about how follow works, but in short, it does not immediately translate to getting a job at Google if you follow a company. But what it really helps you when you follow a topic that you're interested in, or a skill that you're interested in, or a company that you're interested in, it starts to give you updates in your feed based on the entities that you're following. And that just means that you're enriching yourself with knowledge that you otherwise might not have. So you're now able to keep up with what's happening in Google, right? Or what's happening in that industry. So typically following like tech means that you're going to get a lot of tech updates in your feed. Following, say, someone like me, if you think that you like my profile, you're going to get the kind of updates that I post in your feed. And this is generally how feed works. I'm sure all of you know this. If you follow, the follow isn't very different from any other follows or anywhere else. But our algorithm works a little bit differently. But we're not going to go into the details of that. But yes, in short, yes. Any other questions? Yes. Best way to connect. So the way you do a follow, again, I'm kind of going to the STEM analogy in the graph here. So you basically create a one-way edge to the company that you're following. But if there are people that are specifically you're interested in following in that company, then you would connect with them. But typically, a connect is strongly correlated with the affinity, right? Which means that if I personally know you, then I'm more inclined to connect with you, as opposed to, so that creates a two-way edge, basically, right? So I know you, you know me, and that's a stronger connection, as opposed to me just following you, which means that I will only see what you post, but you're not going to see much about me. But when we are connected, then it's basically a first-degree connection. So the way LinkedIn works, there's first-degree connections, which is people who are in your immediate network. And then second-degree connections are people who are connected to your network, and then so on and so forth. Third degree and fourth, but yeah, that's essentially how the community effect comes into picture. Yes?
I was wondering, like, if it's possible, like, for someone my age to, like, get an occupation off of LinkedIn and, like, find a job through LinkedIn, but, like, at my age.
I don't know what the age limitations are. Like I said, the answer is if you're legally allowed to work, then yes, you should be able to find jobs that are available to you on the platform. But it all goes back to what's available on the platform. So, so yeah, sure. If you're allowed to work, you should, and if the job is available for you to see on the platform, you should be able to apply. But beyond, that's where it stops, right? Like beyond the application process, a lot of it is going to depend on how strong how strong the hiring company or the hiring manager thinks your profile or your skill set is in terms of a match. And then a lot of it is going to be based on the rest of the process. All right. Yes, Felina.
If you are a student in high school but also have a part-time job, is there a way to indicate both? Or
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. It's a great question. All right. So we will quickly touch on this, and I think we are running a little low on time, so I'm going to skim through a lot of these things. So summary, think about it as an elevator pitch. Elevator pitch, the best way that I have explained it to people is that, let's say you meet the CEO of the company that you're working for in the elevator, right? And you just make eye contact, and you literally got just 2 minutes or maybe even less. And the CEO says, hey, Anu, what do you do? What do you say? And that's it. In a minute or a minute and a half, how are you able to capture the essence of what you do? That's literally what your elevator pitch is. So typically 40 plus words or more tend to do really well. The nice thing about LinkedIn is you don't really have to deliver it in a minute and a half. You have a little bit more time, but that's really what you need to do when you think about your elevator pitch. This is a section that we will talk about. I'm not sure, are we already in the extras, or are we done like this featured content? Okay, so yes, so this is amazing. So this is stuff that again all of you should be deeply familiar with. But the idea is it's not just about creating a profile with the summary and a catchy 30-second video, or just updating your industry. That's just all the basic stuff. I think what is really important in today's world, what is becoming more and more relevant, is people want to see the work that you have done. So if you're saying I'm very, if I declare myself as being very proficient in Java, which I was, not anymore, then I want to be able to submit some GitHub links or articles or anything that I've published to kind of validate the work that I've done, right? Like or presentations that I've done. If I'm really good at public speaking, or if I'm really good at talking about LinkedIn's Rock Your Profile, then I need to be able to show that I've done it and I've done it well. Hopefully a lot of that will come from this type of stuff, right? So people want to see the work that you've done. So always never be too shy to publish the articles or the work that you've done, because it's a great way to tell the world, tell your community what you've done. All right, so use stories, use rich media, all of that stuff that you guys know, I'm sure. And detail your work experience. As you can see, I'll just leave you with some of this here. It might be a little less relevant for you, but again, it doesn't always have to translate to, oh, I'm not in the workforce, so what does it mean to me? No. I'm pretty sure you're all thinking about like volunteering opportunities, you're thinking about other things that you have done to go out of your way to learn. And that's all you. I mean, we are not one-dimensional people, right? We are multifaceted. We've got so many different interests, hobbies, skills. So just make it about you. So it doesn't just have to be work. You don't have to just stick to the job context. You can start thinking about how to build this profile, showcase the skills that you have, and it can start now. And I know I'm going to skip through this because it's probably a little less relevant. We just spoke about volunteer experience. Again, even adding something as simple as volunteer experience can get up to 6x more profile views than without. You see? So every bit adds. Every single thing that you do really is going to make you stand out in a way that is hopefully unique, that represents you. And skills are front and center of everything that you do. So everybody has skills, right? Period. We all have skills. So I think it's very important to think about it from that standpoint and see what skills do you have. As you can see here, I'll leave you with all of this data. 5x more skills, just receive up to 17x more profile views. I mean, these numbers are pretty big. And of course, last step is always requesting a recommendation. We talked about showcasing your work. Now, who can endorse it? Who can make a recommendation? I mean, everybody here understands what recommendation means. Sure, a lot of you are thinking about college. You're talking to your professors, getting recommendations. Obviously, all of that goes a long way. And let's not forget about these. Again, we talked about all of this. I'm going to skip through this. And with that, is that you gaining knowledge and insights? All right, I'm going to turn it over to Asha. Sorry, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Asha Chandrasekharan. I'm a manager in the consumer side of organization. My team mainly owns technology and infrastructure for the developers at LinkedIn. So we are 2 steps behind. So we provide technologies. We mainly aim to provide the latest cutting-edge technology for developers, as well as making sure we can scale. Because as you can see, the LinkedIn app is huge. We work on mobile as well as on the website of things and make sure that the developers are more efficient, the infrastructure is the best they can get, so that they can deliver this proposition to all of LinkedIn and for everyone else. So about companies, so some of you asked about, the guy there asked about how, if I follow Google, would I get a job, or some of that sort. So follow companies is very important because there are lots of companies, but you might want to follow a few depending on your interests. For example, people who like computers, back-end stuff, they may follow a few companies, like the ones which are more dependent on that. And some others could be related to healthcare. So it doesn't have to be technology-based. It could be healthcare. It could be something you want to do in any other company. So follow those so you can understand where these companies are going. What are the next 10 years, what these companies are going to do. That's where you're going to land. You're not going to be landing right now, but that's where your future is. So you should definitely follow companies. Do you want to give me your thing or the next slide? Oh, sure. Cool. Then the next one is, do you go backward or forward?
Right.
This one? Oh, okay, go ahead. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is what we talked about. Next one is follow influencers. So influencers are those specific people at LinkedIn who provide a lot of information on what's coming up. And they are influencers because they are very passionate about a few things, and those are the ones you might want to follow. It doesn't mean that you have to follow like 30, 40 influencers, or a few of them which you really like. For example, if you are doing a hackathon, if you are doing a Olympiad, science Olympiad from your school, there are some people who are there who are influencing already, and their area of work might be very interesting to you. You might want to quote it in any of your papers, publications. Kids started publishing stuff at a very early age, so these are great influencers to follow. And we also have the search. This is the very advanced feature. It not only includes people, it also includes companies, it includes jobs. So anything you search has a lot more content you can provide. And with that, you can actually find out what is actually important to you. If, for example, let's take the example of Tesla. Tesla will give you a company name. It will give you a lot of topics around Tesla. It will also provide you insights on Tesla. So from that information, whichever is very important to you, you can pick, and then you can go deep into that conversations. And last but not the least, LinkedIn provides such a vast amount of data that people can spend hours and hours. Either they are learning something, either they are influencing their skill set. For example, like if you are doing debate in school, if you are doing, for example, any hackathon in school, you guys have a very different set of interests, and those interests are also at LinkedIn, but in different places. So how do I make my feed the best for me, right? It's all about you. It's not about LinkedIn. It's about what I want to see in the feed at LinkedIn. Personalize it. Go ahead and figure out what you really want, and there are very, very clear steps to say, this is what I want in the feed, this is the influencer I want to follow, these are the companies I want to follow, these are the areas I'm interested in. With that, every time when you open the LinkedIn, it is going to give you the set of things you are interested, rather than what LinkedIn can provide for you. That is it. And any questions? Yes?
Here, hang on a
So like, I was wondering, because like I heard you mention the hackathon. What's a hackathon?
Hackathon is generally done at either the school level, high school level, some high schools have it, or at the college level, where you have for example, you block in 24 hours, you provide a problem to solve, and then you have 24 hours to solve it, and then you get judged at the end of 24 hours. They would give you a set of guidelines to follow, what you can do and you cannot do. It could be a technology hack, it could be solving a problem, or it could be any other hack, which is definitely, this is more about giving you a limited amount of time, giving you a problem, and then seeing how you solve it. That's a hackathon, generally.
Can you get new influences from LinkedIn for new skill sets, and can that help you like learn and get a new job if that's what you want?
Can you repeat that question?
If you really want to learn a new skill set and you want that to apply to a job, will there be groups that will help you with that on LinkedIn?
Yeah, definitely. So skill set is something that you first have, as well as there are skill sets that you want to enhance, right? For example, at your age, you might know Java, for example, and you might want to get proficient in Python, C++, so other programming languages, right? So there are areas in LinkedIn, it's called LinkedIn Learning, where you can actually go and gain those skill sets. Yes, there are influencers at LinkedIn who can provide you a path for telling you, like, I want to be this person, I want to be very proficient in programming languages. Then you could read their post to figure out, yeah, this is a very great path to go. They won't be very personalized because influencers project what they know to at LinkedIn, if you need specific things, it could be like mentors. I don't think we have mentors today at LinkedIn, but influencers and connecting to network, that would be something. Once you create your profile, you connect to your school alumni. Your school alumni might be already working somewhere, and they could be your mentor, and they could tell you, I did this, and I was proficient. So that could definitely help.
Hi, thank you for being here today. I've been on LinkedIn for about a year now, and I really love it. I've gotten multiple job offers from it, and it's so great. I've gotten to connect and be mentored by so many people. The big question I have is, I have a lot of advisory board roles at companies and organizations, and putting that in experience doesn't feel right because it's not necessarily an experience I have. So I have it currently under organizations, but is there any other specific place you think it'd be better to put it?
I think most of the people who are on boards do put it in as a part of their work because it is part of their work history. I don't think there might be volunteer opportunities, but this comes under the mainstream of work you do. So definitely, I think that is appropriate place, but maybe in future this could be a very good feature request you could put at LinkedIn for sure, and then we would look at it and see how we could best find a place for that.
Yeah, and also the other thing about it is, even though it may not feel right, I think for you to think about why they have you as a board member in advisory capacity might help you introspect a little bit better on what skills you bring to the table. And maybe it's not so much about where you capture the role, but think about what skills that people value you for in that role, and being able to lead with those skills might be a better way to stand out. So, or think about what you are learning from that opportunity. So it's two ways, right? So it's what you bring to the table and what you're taking back from that. And I think being able to project that as part of your profile story will definitely stand out. So that's the way I would make it more unique.
So for the people who maybe aren't as familiar with LinkedIn, I think people in this age group probably have experience on other sort of social media platforms.
Yes.
Like, can you compare and contrast a little bit more how
sure.
this age group, if they're just getting started on LinkedIn, how they should be thinking about the differences between maybe how they show up online in sort of a social setting versus how they should be in a professional setting, things like that?
Right. I'll go first. Think of LinkedIn as how your future is going to get shaped up by you. It's only you. So it's early. It's definitely early in the career for all of you because you're just still learning. But when you have the intent of putting it LinkedIn, what you really want to do, what you're doing, and then the networking part of it is going to be so huge. Be it networking from your high school to other high school students who have already graduated. It's not going to be very far. You get into college and you're going to start internships. It could be any type of internships, healthcare internships, technological internships, anything it might be. LinkedIn is the best place where these days you don't even need a resume. You just need to put your handle, what LinkedIn is you are at, and that would be sufficient for you to get a job, get an internship. And that's the crust of it, right? You are in one place thinking about what you're doing, where you want to go, and how you want to project yourself, your skill set, your passion, your dreaming big. All those things can be in one place. How is it different from other social media? I do follow other social media, many of us do. A lot of it in LinkedIn is related to professionals, and so doesn't mean that you're not a human. You are a human and you are a professional. Most of the thought processes and everything tend to fall under putting yourself under that hat. I might not be wanting to publicize my vacation at LinkedIn, but on the other hand, if there's a purpose of like, it changed my way I started working in the next 6 months, why not? So put the content there where you think right. Also, there is a balance to putting it as a professional at LinkedIn. So that is my 2 cents. Anu?
So I think Kara, I think the key difference is trust. So we want to lead with trust. So LinkedIn is literally the #1 trusted platform right now. And there is really no anonymity there. Like, if you think about any other platform, there's just the fake profiles are running rampant. And the fact that we don't compare ourselves to any other brands. In fact, so much so that we don't even call ourselves a social media company. It's a professional community platform, and that's what it is.
All right,
so I
yeah,
think
thank you
was
everybody for pausing during that interruption. I'm sorry, you were just saying that
Yes.
social
Trust.
media platforms are very different than LinkedIn.
Yes.
That's more of a professional community. And we'll just let you finish your thought.
Yeah, it's
please.
basically a professional community. Think of it like that, and then make sure that you understand that it's we lead with trust and safety. That's #1, and it is still the #1 trusted platform. So and so everything that we do is we are leading with that identity as like a big deal, right? Like that's verified identity, which is very important for job seeking, being a professional, as opposed to maybe showing a little bit more of your fun and a loose side on any other platform, right? Like, so there's that difference. So I think that voice and that's the brand that you create on LinkedIn. Not that you can't show the fun side, but you want to lead with the skills that you bring first.
Yeah, add the profile. That's important. Profile picture.
I think he has a last question maybe.
So obviously there are going to be people who will take LinkedIn as a joke and want to like, toy around on it. How do you know an account is really legit, and how do you know you can trust it?
So
that's a very good question.
So we have actually algorithm which which makes sure that we have algorithms which read each and every post as well as comment and make sure to flag them. Flag is either invalid or if it's not appropriate. There is a huge amount of AI involved in that and takes it down. So yeah, definitely that's one of the mechanisms we have. We do get a lot, I'll be very honest, that because we, as she said, we base on trust and we want to be secure for people professionals who come to LinkedIn. Usually those are taken care of by algorithms directly before even they come on the feed.
Yeah, so there's many ways in which we can protect against fake profile creation. I will also say that it is a problem. So it's a constant battle that we need to have, and the bots typically are notorious for creating these fake profiles. So there's a lot of different services that understand bot traffic from real, and even when you authenticate yourself on the platform, you do multi-factor authentication. So this is always going to be a constant battle, right? Like as we build these algorithms to combat these types of anti-patterns, there are going to be more and more of these coming every single day. So just know that there's a lot of work that goes into identifying and taking down fake profiles.
So actually, the bell's about to ring in
Yes.
just a second. So I think I saw a lot of people actually actively updating their profile during the workshop. So thank you guys for doing that. If anybody has specific questions, I'm sure our speakers can stick around for a minute or two if you want to go up and ask them anything specific that you found while you were going through your profile. So with that, why don't we thank Anu and Asha for coming today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Really enjoyed it. Thank you, guys.
It was a pleasure, and hopefully at least few of you can complete your profile and make sure it's all complete and use this platform to enhance your goals dream big. That's the only thing you can do.
fatalities occur in developing countries, and natural disasters are a major driver of extreme poverty for millions around the world. By designing buildings, bridges, dams, and other infrastructure, structural engineers play a major role in protecting lives and ensuring safety for communities during disasters. Veronica is a structural engineer by background and president at Geohazards International, a global nonprofit focused on saving lives by empowering at-risk communities to build resilience ahead of disasters and climate impacts. GHI focuses on developing locally appropriate mitigation and preparedness measures informed by the latest science, engineering, policy, and social science. These include risk-informed planning and growth, disaster-resistant design and construction, planning of post-event functionality of critical infrastructure like hospitals, and science-informed preparedness. Programs are designed to be a catalyst for lasting impact by building local capacity, creating local ownership, and empowering communities. The vision is a future where communities can thrive despite natural disasters. This talk will include specific examples of a school earthquake safety program in Nepal and will describe on-ground challenges, strategies for addressing them, and key takeaways. Please join me in welcoming Veronica Cedillos.
Thank you so much, Alex, for that introduction. So as Alex mentioned, my educational background is in structural engineering, and my talk today will focus on telling you a bit more of how I've used that educational background in the field of disaster resilience. I currently have the honor to serve as president and CEO of the global nonprofit Geohazards International, so I'll be talking about that work as well and why I'm so passionate about the work that Geohazards International does. I want to start off with the 2010 magnitude 7.0 Haiti earthquake. I took this picture about a month after the earthquake. It was an incredibly devastating event for the country of Haiti. Over 220,000 people died. That's over 7 times the population of all of Los Altos. So as you can imagine, it had huge effects on Haitians and for many years later. One of the reasons I was there as structural engineers, we like to visit post-disaster settings to understand why did structures fail? How can we do better that next time? What are some lessons learned so that these disasters don't happen in the future? So as you can imagine, it's an event and a visit that I will never forget. There's many stories I could tell you. But one in particular I wanted to share today is of my visit to this hospital complex. Here I am talking to a little girl and her mom. The little girl was injured during the earthquake. And as you can see, patients are being treated outside. And again, this is over a month after the earthquake. As we walked around, we saw buildings within the complex completely collapse. So we understood, they have to be outside. They can't use the buildings. But there were other buildings in the complex that were fine. And as structural engineers, we walked around, we're like, we feel that these are safe to occupy. And there were entire rooms that the doctors and the patients could be using, but they were not. And these were much better conditions to be treating patients. So when we went back outside and asked the doctors, why are you not using the rooms and the buildings that are safe to use? Why aren't you back in there? It's been over a month. They said, well, no one has come to tell us. No engineer has come to formally assess our buildings and tell us it's safe. We didn't know. And that was another time throughout my career that I realized how valuable structural engineers are to the safety of society. See, one thing that people don't realize is that many people die not just immediately after a disaster, but because they can't get adequate care at a hospital after they've been injured. So how did I get to Haiti? I am originally from El Paso, Texas, born and raised to Mexican-American parents. I did my schooling up until high school. First left my hometown to do my bachelor's in civil engineering at MIT. Worked as a structural engineer designing buildings in New York City. Then came out here to do my master's in structural engineering at Stanford. And throughout this whole path, I was really interested in finding a way that I could use the skills that I was developing and the education I was developing to have societal impact. But I didn't really know how. And it was until I got to Stanford that I first got ideas of how I may be able to do that. You see, at Stanford, studying structural engineering, if you're going to be designing buildings in California, you have to design them for earthquake shaking. And so that was my first peek into that type of work. And while I was at Stanford, I also got the opportunity to do a summer internship in India through the Stanford chapter of Engineers for a Sustainable World. And it was that summer that was so pivotal for me, because that was my first exposure to growing disaster risk worldwide and how structural engineers fit into that growing risk. So I came back and I started working as a project manager for Geohazards International. As a project manager, I spent a lot of time in the field, so I did a lot of work in Indonesia working on tsunami risk, in Peru in the Andes working on earthquake risk, and in Haiti doing earthquake and tsunami risk. Those are some of the main examples of the work that I did while I was a project manager there. Then I came to the Applied Technology Council, and the Applied Technology Council focuses a little bit more on domestic issues. So we were really trying to take the latest research and our technologies in disaster resilient design and making sure it was being put into practice as structural engineers. About 4 years ago, I came back to GHI, to Geohazards International, as president and CEO, where my role is a little bit more strategic and high level now. So before we go on, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about what is structural engineering. Structural engineers design all sorts of structure types. So a lot of my focus has been on buildings, but there's other types like bridges, roller coasters, extraterrestrial structures, and everything in between. So what is the role of the structural engineer versus other design professionals that play a role in building design? So the structural engineer is really about the bones, if you will, if you think about a human body. It really makes sure that it stands up. You think about how the bones connect, so the joints. And then there's the architectural, which is more about the look and feel of the building. So as it relates to the human body, would be the skin, the hair. And then how the body works is really the electrical, plumbing, and mechanical, related to the nerves, intestines, and muscle and organs of the human body. So this is just an example of what the skeleton, the structure might look of a building. You see the different columns and beams. And the structural engineer needs to make sure that the structure, the skeleton, can hold up or withstand or resist the loads or forces that are put on it. So we think of two categories of loads, if you will, when we're designing buildings. We think of gravity loads, and this has three different types. One is dead loads. That's just the weight of the building itself, right? So if you have a very heavy structure, very heavy roof, you want to make sure that that skeleton can hold it up. And then you have live loads. Those are loads that come in and out, right? So people coming into a building, or if you have an auditorium, you're going to be expecting a lot more people in there. Or if you have a parking lot, you have to design for a lot of cars for that particular structure. So you have to think about the use of the building when you're thinking about live loads. And then there's snow loads, and this really depends on where you're located, right? If you're living in an area with heavy snow, this is something that needs to be considered as well. Now, the second type of load we think about is lateral loads. And this can be wind load and seismic loads. And also this depends where you live. And if you live in a high, an area that's prone to hurricanes, for example, you will need to be designing for high winds. If you live in an earthquake area, you need to be designing for seismic loads. And as you'll see later, this is where we see a lot of structures in many parts of the world that are not considering these type of loads and why there is collapse of structures. So how does this relate to disaster risk? So I want to talk to you a little bit about what are the various factors that really play a role in creating disaster risk. And those are hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. So some definitions of that. Hazard is just the physical event itself, right? The earthquake, the hurricane. But by itself, it doesn't mean it's a disaster. And what I mean by that, you really need exposure. So you need something that's exposed to that hazard. So if you think about an earthquake happening in the middle of nowhere, it doesn't create a disaster because no one's affected. And then there's the vulnerability of the built environment itself. So if you have very resilient infrastructure that undergoes a very strong earthquake, you might not have any collapses. You might have a totally fine reaction to that hazard, and so it doesn't become a disaster. And same for society, making sure that people know what to do, that you're prepared and you're practicing alert systems like we're hearing them now, or been hearing them before the talk. And so these are the kinds of things that are really important to help reduce disaster risk or increase the resilience of a community. So bottom line, widespread disasters are not inevitable. There's a lot we can do. And I won't bore you with the long list, but just some very simple examples. So how can we reduce each of these various factors that play a role in disaster risk? So hazard, some of them are tricky. You can't prevent earthquakes from happening, for example. But climate change is a great example. Climate change is exacerbating existing hazards and creating new hazards. So for example, extreme rainfall might be falling on slopes that were previously stable, then now they become landslide risks. So as we reduce the impact from climate hazards, we also reduce the additional hazards that are exacerbating, it's not as exacerbating the hazards, other hazards as well. Exposure. When you think about where people live, ensure that high density populations are occurring outside of high hazard areas. High hazard areas can be green spaces where people can come in and out, but not where a lot of people are exposed to these different types of hazards. Vulnerability of built environment. This is where structural engineers really play a big role. You could require new buildings to be disaster resilient. You can also make plans for fixing vulnerable ones that are already built. And vulnerability of society, you can have robust emergency response plans, including how to support and prepare those most at risk. Again, this is just a set of examples, but there's a lot of various activities and strategies that you can do within each of these to help reduce disaster risk. So since we're talking structural engineering, I wanted to just quickly talk about some of the key factors, examples of key factors that play a role in the vulnerability or resilience of the built environment. It can really depend on materials used. Here you see a photo of the 2023 Morocco earthquake, so the one just happened. You see earthen buildings that completely collapse. So we know that earthen buildings in general are not very good under earthquake shaking. Design, how is it configured? In general, symmetrical designs fare better in earthquake shaking. And detailing, how is the building put together, the joints, right? Going back to this skeleton idea of the human body and how structural engineering relates to that. It's really how can you ensure that the building acts as a whole under earthquake shaking? Construction quality and enforcement. In Haiti, we saw that a lot of the concrete mix was actually, they were using seawater. What did that mean? That meant that the steel reinforcement over time was deteriorating, and so it didn't have the same strength as it should have, and led to some of the collapses. And age and maintenance, and we saw this with the Libya flooding and the collapse of the dams. We knew that these dams were aging and that they were in need of repair. So in terms of impacts, and the part of the abstract that was just read out loud by Alex, when we look and we compare the number of deaths per disaster event and the number of deaths per 100,000 inhabitants, we see a stark difference in high and upper middle income countries versus low and lower middle income countries. In fact, over 90% of disaster fatalities occur in developing countries. And that's because a lot of the things that I was just mentioning, a lot of the things we can do are not being put in place. And it's not just immediate deaths. Around 26 million people are pushed into poverty each year because of natural disasters. We know that low-income communities can lose everything they have. So in the example of Haiti, for example, people who lost their homes, many of them ended up in tent cities for years. That means that, youth your age, many of them were not able to go back to school. Their entire futures were derailed. There's loss of access to jobs and opportunities, so it has these really long-term impacts that go beyond the immediate effects. And when we look at studies throughout the world and here in the US as well, it's not surprising to see that it shows that investing pre-disaster, investing in risk reduction and prevention is very cost effective, right? And that's not surprising. We all know the saying, an ounce of cure is worth a pound of prevention. So given all of that, what % of worldwide aid for natural disasters do you think goes towards preventative measures? I'll pose this question to the audience. So this is opposed to response, recovery, and reconstruction measures. 10%, I heard 10. Anybody else want to take a guess? 5? 4%. And it's been that way for a while. Those were good guesses. The vast majority still goes towards reactive measures, like emergency response, reconstruction, relief. And this is really important. Those are very important activities. But if we ever hope to stop chasing the latest disaster and hope to see a different outcome, we really need to start investing more in preventative measures that we know work. And it is for this reason that Geohazard International, GHI, was created. It's a global nonprofit. It was founded about 30 years ago with headquarters here in California. And our mission is to save lives by empowering at-risk communities worldwide to build resilience ahead of disasters and climate impacts. So we focus on proactive, preventative measures. We apply the latest science and engineering. So we don't just work with structural engineers, we also work with seismologists, climate scientists, policymakers. We aim to be a catalyst for locally led action, and this is why we emphasize strong local engagement. Ultimately, we're trying to stay ahead of disasters. We champion for a vibrant future for all, in which people are protected and prepared ahead of natural hazard events and climate impacts. Just briefly, in terms of where we are, we currently have presence in Haiti and Dominican Republic in the Caribbean, but also a lot in South Asia, and particularly in the Himalayan region, as I'll talk about in my example in Nepal. We started off as a geologic hazard organization, that's earthquakes, landslides, and tsunamis, but seeing the dire need for addressing climate impacts in the communities where we're working, we've recently started tackling that as well. We're a small organization, so 20 staff members globally, mostly abroad, but we bring on technical partners and have a lot of local partners as needed depending on what our particular program is. So we like to think about disaster resilience as an ongoing journey. I think of California as an example. We started tackling disaster risk and for structures in particular about 100 years ago, and we're still working on it. So if there's no silver bullet solution and you go in, you build a safe school and you're out, you really have to think about it as this ongoing work. So just to walk you through a little bit of what that journey may look like, first we really try to understand the risk. And part of the way that we do that is what we call disaster scenarios, where we try to think, okay, what is a plausible event that could happen here, and what are the particular consequences that this community and impacts that this community might face. Then we work together with that community to figure out and co-develop solutions. So ways to address specific vulnerabilities, for example, or trying to inform regulatory policies and plans so that disaster risk is included as a consideration as plans are being made. Then also we do specific activities to create resilient community. So this might be something like inspiring community preparedness, practicing drills, this type of alert systems that are going off, actually building resilient infrastructure in some cases that can serve as post-disaster shelters. But throughout, one of the things that we really try to emphasize is strengthening local capacities, and this because, again, this is a long-term effort, and it's really the local leaders who are best suited to continue a lot of these efforts into the future. So we emphasize sustaining our efforts and genuine local engagement to lead to enduring impact. So now I want to give you an example of what this looks like on the ground. This is an example of our work in Nepal. The example I'm going to give you has spanned over 20 plus years, and so when I say we, I'm talking about Geohazard International and our partners. There's a lot of people that have been involved in the work I'm about to share with you. I don't have time to go into everyone who's been involved, but just wanted to acknowledge that. So here's Nepal, bordering India and China, and Nepal is one of the most seismically active areas in the world. And this is because you have two seismic plates that are pushing into each other and actually creating the Himalayan mountains. And you can see the snow-capped mountains there in the white from northern India, and maybe I can use my pointer for this, from northern India into going across Nepal and into Bhutan. Here's just another view of those plates colliding into each other. This is creating the growing Himalayan mountains. You can see Nepal here that basically goes parallel to the surface projection of this major fault. So for this reason, we started working in the capital region in Kathmandu Valley since the 1990s. As part of this work, it was the first school earthquake retrofit in Nepal. It was highly participatory. Local masons were trained. There was a lot of community participation. You can see that in the photos here. And in particular here, I want to point out the bottom left-hand photo. And this was a model of the school that was retrofitted. And you can see the retrofitted model on the left. and the one on the right, that was the original school building. And so this was shaken for the community so they could really see the value of strengthening structures, or of structural engineering, if you will. Right? When we think about the bones of a body, you don't see them, right? So many times people don't value structural engineers as much as they should because it's so important for the safety of a structure, right? So this was a way to demonstrate to the community why this work was so important, even if it's not as visible. So as part of this work, looking at the local engagement, we partnered with a local nonprofit. And this nonprofit went on to become the leading group to implement retrofits throughout Kathmandu Valley area. So it sparked hundreds of retrofits and also new construction using these strengthening methods. Fast forward to 2015. There was a magnitude 7.8 earthquake in Kathmandu that affected Kathmandu Valley area, exactly the area where we had been working in the 90s. Over 7,000 schools collapsed. It was a Saturday, so fortunately kids were not in school. But education was interrupted for over 1 million school children. And to date, many of the schools have yet to be rebuilt. But one spark of hope was that the impact from the 90s was really seen. All the retrofitted schools were undamaged, and some were even used as shelters, which were really helpful for the community. Here's a photo that really brings this to light. So these are 2 schools that were affected by the earthquake. The one in the foreground is the remains of a 6-classroom school building that completely collapsed. And the one in the background is one that used those reinforcing methods, and you could see that it stood strong. And kids were able to go back to school, which makes a big difference for them and their future. So now I want to tell you a little bit about the work we're doing now in Nepal, more recently. So I want to start with this map, and here you see Nepal in the background, and each of these ovals represents a historic earthquake. The larger the oval, the larger the earthquake. The darker shading, the more recent. So you can see here in central eastern Nepal, the earthquake I was just talking about in 2015. You might also notice there's very little shading in western Nepal. In fact, in this area, there hasn't been a large earthquake in over 500 years. And this is worrisome, because as you have these plates pushing into each other, there's built up stress that's released as an earthquake. And if it hasn't been released in over 500 years, that means there's a lot of stress built up, right? So we are expecting a large earthquake in this area. 500 years also means that there's very little awareness of it, right? People think, well, my grandma never went through that. I've never gone through that. So there's very little awareness of the hazard that they're facing. In addition to that, we're seeing a very large increase in population in the Himalayas. So again, this is the exposure, people being exposed to this hazard. There's been an over 250% increase in the last 50 years or so, and the annual growth is over 3 times the world average. I want to show you what this growth looks like on the ground. So this is one municipality in western Nepal, and you keep your eyes on those 2 yellow circles so you can compare what this municipality looks like from year to year. This is in 2004. Here it is in 2012, so more multi-story structures. And here it is in 2018. So many more multi-story structures, more density, and that wouldn't be a problem if the structures were being designed for earthquakes, for earthquake shaking. But the problem is that they're not, for the most part. So we've been working in this area since 2016 because of this, and we started with disaster scenarios, providing a science evidence-based look at the particular disaster risk for this region, identifying potential damage, consequences to infrastructure, buildings, people, and society, and communicating risk to leaders and to the community. And ultimately, it's about bringing people together locally to map a way forward. So we've been focusing on strengthening local capacity. Here's training local engineers on identifying vulnerabilities of their buildings. Here we're training local builders on disaster resilient construction. And it's been really important to involve women in this. And this is because a lot of men in this region have left home for work and send money back. And this includes a lot of the skilled construction workers. So including women is really important in terms of really making an impact. We're in the process of building a model school. So this is a 2-story earthquake-resistant school that's constructed by the trained masons, and including visits by community members and local builders so they can see why there's different aspects of the construction that's so important. And what's really neat, as I was mentioning, this is ongoing, but we're already seeing that some of the local builders are applying these methods to other ongoing construction. And some of these methods, just to give you an idea, you see this concrete band, if you will, that goes across the walls. It ties basically between the two columns here, above and below the window. This ensures that the structure acts more as a whole, if you will. And we've seen these type of bands starting to appear in the ongoing in other construction. One issue that we have is the scale of the problem. One of the things that we did was do a study on the school vulnerability in one particular municipality, and we found that close to 90% of schools need to be rebuilt or strengthened. And this is a representative municipality, so we expect similar numbers in the entire region. And we did some quick calcs and said, okay, if the buildings are rebuilt or strengthened at the same rate that they're currently being strengthened and rebuilt at the national level, how long will it take? And we came up to close to 200 years to address all the schools that need to be addressed. What about the students that are going to these schools now? They're basically death traps in many cases. What are we going to do about that? How are we going to protect these school children? So we are exploring what we call earthquake desks. And these were invented by Israeli designers Ido Bruno and Arthur Bruder. They've been great partners in a lot of our work. And ultimately what it's about protecting school children from falling debris during earthquake shaking. So they're designed to take on heavier impact loads, and similar to a safety gear, if you will. And here you can see some photos of that and it being tested in the lab. So we actually had a similar program applied in Bhutan, where they have a similar issue with a lot of vulnerable school buildings. And we're now exploring if these tests are feasible to be locally manufactured and provided in Nepal. And I want to show you just a quick video of the testing demonstration that was done in Bhutan. Here's a regular earthquake. This is a regular desk, sorry, that was completely crushed under loads. And here is a higher load, actually, that's put on a locally manufactured earthquake desk. And as you can see, it provides a increased level of protection for school children who might be in buildings that are vulnerable to collapse. So ultimately for Western Nepal, we're doing a call for action. You know, we know a large earthquake will eventually come. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And it's a race against time, really. We're trying to act before the next earthquake and to spark action now. And now is an opportune time to work because these regions are growing, and it's much easier to ensure you're including earthquake-resistant design and construction as you grow, as opposed to coming back and saying, which ones are the most vulnerable buildings, how do we fix them? That's much harder. So to end, some just brief key takeaways. We need to treat this increase in disaster risk with urgency, and this is getting even worse with the climate crisis. Disaster impacts are unequal. The poor suffer the most, and so we need to be considering this in our work. Disasters are not inevitable. There's a lot we can do. We need to invest in proactive and long-term approaches. And I want to end by saying that the world needs smart and committed people like you to take on these complex problems. Thank you so much.
There's time for a few questions.
Hello. I was just going to ask, how do you design structurally sound buildings while also addressing sustainability?
That's a great point. In fact, I try to think, we think that disaster resilient infrastructure and buildings is absolutely integral to sustainability, right? Because when you're in areas that you know you're going to have natural hazard events and you're going to have to rebuild, so all the work that went in, all the materials, everything that went into building these communities is destroyed, you have to start all over again. So in fact, I would say that it's absolutely integral to ensuring that this work doesn't go wasted and you have to start all over again. So it's one-on-one with sustainability, and it's something that there's been a lot of efforts to try to what we call mainstreaming disaster resilience into all development projects.
Hi, before I ask my question, I just wanted to say thank you personally. My family's from Nepal, from Kathmandu, so The work you do has a great personal impact for us, so thank you so much. So as it relates to strengthening infrastructure, there's only so much work that foreign aid and NGOs like your own can do. A lot of it relies on local governments, and especially in countries like Haiti and Nepal, governments are oftentimes corrupt or just unable to effectively regulate infrastructure. So what's the work you're doing to help that issue? And if not, is there anything that you believe people in those places can do to make sure that governments are held accountable to make sure infrastructure is safe for everyone?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was very kind. Yeah, you bring up really excellent points. A lot of it has to do with how we work. So you're right. Us coming in and trying to bring a solution that might not be continued. So how we work with local partners and our local staff. So I mentioned I didn't talk too much about our staff who are like our superheroes on the ground, but they're from the communities. They're from not just the countries, from the particular communities. So in Western Nepal, we have an engineer on the ground from Western Nepal. And these people understand their community. They know what works, what doesn't. So right in Haiti, for example, we work very closely with schools and churches because we know they have a lot more influence and that people really trust these institutions. In Bhutan, we work very differently. We work at the national government level because we know that's a very trusted source as well for that particular country. So we always try to think about the social change aspect too, and we work with social scientists who try to design our programs in such a way that they'll have the most impact that we can, because it's not just a technology problem. They're very complex, hairy issues. They're not straightforward. Even if you have the technology, is it going to be implemented? Is it going to be used? Is it going to be continued? And those are all huge issues that we tackle with them, and strategies that we're continuously trying to learn. But a lot of what we try to really emphasize is investing locally, because as you said, disasters are local, but sharing globally. So our global team really tries to share lessons across from Nepal and Haiti and issues and challenges they face and how they use strategies to try to overcome them. And many times it's working very closely with local leaders and making them part of the team. So it's a lot of code development. It's not us coming and telling people what to do. And it's also about seeing the value of different partners. Our international technical experts have the experience from other places. They can share lessons learned. They can share technologies. But they don't have the experience of local experts. Local experts can tell you, this is how we build. This is what's going to fly. This is our capacity. This is where we are. The national experts might bring in national resources. They might have examples from other parts of the country. So each brings in their own value. One's not above the other. And it's really about making that clear and working as a team towards making these communities safer.
You said it would take like 200 years to redesign all the schools in Nepal. How many workers do you have working on each school, and what could make what would make that time frame shorten?
That's a good question. So we don't personally have these, right? It's like Nepal is doing it through the local nonprofit that has been doing a lot of the retrofits, and a lot of other organizations that are investing in safer schools in Nepal. There was a huge increase, actually, in how fast schools were addressed. And that was post-disaster, right? 2015 earthquake hit, and there was a lot of funds that came in, a lot of resources, but it was in the area where that was hit, which was really important, but it hasn't continued, right? People forget about the disaster, then now there's not as much investment. People forget, and so there's not the same level. So as much as we can, we try to highlight what could be an impact from a scenario, right? So saying, well, you don't have to go through the actual disaster, but this is what could happen. How do we spark action with that? But in some cases, it's just a matter of limited manpower and limited, or woman power, or limited materials, right? And so I don't know. I don't know how we realistically speed that up. I mean, I think if there's another disaster nearby that sparks more funding, that would be great. I mean, we've been trying for 30 years to get people to invest more in proactive work, but again, this is a big problem that we need to start shifting that paradigm. I think in general people tend to, naturally give right after a disaster, but it doesn't feel as urgent when you're talking pre-disaster, but it's so important and very effective in protecting communities.
All right, well, thank you so much, Veronica. And I think we probably need to transition to the second speaker for the block now. So let's thank Ms. Cedillos one more time. If your classroom is staying for the second presentation this block, you can stay put. We'll have a little break while we're transitioning. If you're going back to your classroom, please go back to your classroom and make way for the other classes coming in. Thank you.
Choreographer Karl Schaffer holds a PhD in mathematics from UC Santa Cruz, and for 30 years has both taught mathematics at De Anza College and co-directed the Santa Cruz-based dance company Move, Speak, Spin. Schaffer and co-director Eric Sterner on the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts teaching roster travel frequently sharing their math and dance integration methods on stage and in the classroom, and have performed throughout North America and internationally. A lifelong love of learning, science, and dance has coalesced when Lauren Shastri, with an MS in geology, became a professional dancer and teaching artist 25 years ago. For 17 years, she served as company dancer, faculty, and associate director of Ballet Tennessee. As an independent teaching assistant who connects science, dance, and language arts, she inspired thousands of students through arts education programs at Art Council Santa Cruz County, Montalvo Arts Center, and Tennessee Art Commission.
Thank you, Aria. Great. Here's one more. We'll come back to that. My name's Karl Schaffer, Laurel Shastri, and we're going to play a few rhythms with you. I would like everybody in this half to play this very simple rhythm with me. Very good. And let me put the slide on and get the other half going.
And everybody on this half is going to play this.
Okay, they're speeding up. So this is called a rhythm tessellation. This half and this half together fill in every beat with a clap and a slap. So here we go. And. Very good. That was easy. Let me give you a little bit harder one. So Laurel's group is going to play this. Great. And I'm going to start 4 beats after her with this group. And so practice it with me. Let's give it a try. Here we go. And she's going to go through once before we start. Very good. So that was the rhythm that I played for you before. If you play it fast, but if you slow it down, you can see how it's constructed. So what we're going to do with you today is share some of the ways that dance and mathematics are connected, integrally connected, organically connected. And the overall point of view really is this, that no matter what you decide, what career, what kind of work you decide to do, you don't have to accept the standard way of doing that, having that career or doing that kind of work. If there are several things you're interested in, find ways to put them together. The traditional or standard ways are not enough. If you're interested in the performing arts and science and math, There are many ways to put them together, and we'll show you some of the ways that we've found to connect dance and mathematics. So let's see if this works. One more rhythm. This is just one we wanted to share with you that we found by finding online a YouTube video that 2 7- and 8-year-old girls had created trying to teach people this rhythm, bim bam. So here we go. Bim bam, bim bam, biddy biddy bam, biddy bam, biddy biddy bam, bim bam. And that is actually a palindrome, or almost exactly a palindrome, which is a rhythm that reads the same backwards as forwards, almost exactly. So there, even in the games that young children play, the rhythm games, there's a lot of mathematics hidden in plain sight. And that's another one of the ideas that we're trying to get to with this work. So how are mathematics and dance, why are they really connected? A lot of people say, well, music and dance, like we just did, body rhythm music and math. Music and math are connected, but what about dance? So here are some pictures that show you some of the ideas about how we found to connect things. Well, shape and geometry are native to dance and to mathematics. And connection, symmetry, and pattern, like this image, which is from one of the shows that I'm going to be talking about a good bit. And why? Well, that's a show that we're rehearsing right now to perform in January at a big math conference, actually. Nevertheless, she persisted about the struggles of women mathematicians to do their work and to overcome obstacles. Rhythm, counting, and estimation. They're actually things that you might think are simple, like putting these rhythmic counts together, that actually have a lot of complexities hidden in them. Design and structure, like this, what we call finger geometry. Motion and change, so the physics of motion of bodies moving in space. This is from our first show dealing with dance and math from over 30 years ago. And again, this one, so coherence and logic, and sometimes a little incoherence. So I got the idea for this piece one day when I saw my housemate in the kitchen with 2 fly swatters madly swatting at flies. So inspiration for dance or performing art pieces can come from anywhere. And we created our first show about math and dance by looking at choreography that we were doing, like this piece called Private Fly, and trying to find or suss out the mathematical ideas that are embedded, already hidden in the choreography. And that became a 30-year passion for us. It also became the tail that wags the dog, in that people think that's all we do, but it's not. This show was about finding math and dance together in choreography. There are a lot of misconceptions about putting math and dance together. A lot of people think it's just going to be for education. Oh yeah, dance is going to make it easy to put things together. Or they say, well, it's not real dance. Or they'll say, it's not real mathematics. But in fact, or it's only for education. And they'll also say, well, the real reason you're doing this is to make the math classroom more fun. It's to sugarcoat the boring math so it goes down more easily. That's not it at all for us. It's about having fun and playing with these ideas together on stage, in the classroom, or in the realm of mathematics. Or they'll say, oh, it's only for primary grades, where teachers are used to having their students up and moving. But we say, no, it's really for students your age if we're dealing with education, because we shouldn't just be sitting in desks all the time. And so we're really trying to make math and dance equal partners, but are they? Well, if you look at the amount of money, say, the U.S. government spends on science and math, the National Science Foundation gets about 43 times in this last year the amount that the National Endowment for the Arts gets. So there are societal reasons why people think or tend to move towards saying, yeah, let's use the dance to illustrate and make the math a little bit more fun, because the math is the more important thing. But we say no, they're really equally important. Why have math and dance not been put together? Well, there's this problem that dance is fleeting. Math exists often on paper or blackboards. There's notation for mathematics and certainly for music and theater, but there aren't many notation forms that have really worked for dance. There is video, but video's a little odd to use to follow dance. Sexism. Is dance taken less seriously because it's seen as artistic work, like work with fabric and cloth, for example, that's either a feminine or a women's art form? Sports is competitive. Dance is expressive. Is that one reason why the dance element is not taken seriously? Mind and body duality. Well, René Descartes, the famous philosopher, famously said or wrote, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. But we say, no, I think, I move, I feel, I socialize, therefore I am. And messiness. Well, mathematics in the real world is much more complex than the simple abstractions that we tend to see in the classroom mathematics. This little thing is not working. One more idea, and then we'll get to some more playful things. Transference. Now, there has been for over 100 years this idea, sometimes called the Mozart effect, that if you, say, learn or study music, that's going to help your brain do mathematics. Well, over 100 years ago, they thought, studying these other forms, say music or Latin, are going to help you learn other disciplines. But it turned out that when psychologists studied this, it wasn't true. And here's yet another important idea, and I really like this quote because it points us, I think, in the right direction. We feel we need to change the conversation about the arts in this country. These instrumental arguments are going to doom the arts to failure because any superintendent is going to say, if the only reason I'm having art is to improve math, well, let's just have more math. Do we want to therefore say no singing because singing didn't lead to, say, spatial improvement? You get yourself in a bind. The arts need to be valued for their own intrinsic reasons. And I think there are technological reasons why we're actually moving more towards allowing the integration of these subjects. If you look at technology now, you may have to go to a computer museum to see that the old CUI's computer user interfaces look like that. Many, many lines of words and text and numbers that have given way to GUIs, graphical user interfaces, using icons. So technology has been moving us towards the visual. What about language? Written language versus visual language, like emojis, which are in a sense a return to hieroglyphics, aren't they? So language, written language that looks like icons and images. What about, say, traditional geometry proof up there at the top have given way to what are called visual proofs, which are now published all the time. And one more, what about a kinesthetic user interface? Well, these are the latest interfaces that people have been using. We certainly have kinesthetic languages beyond, say, sign language. There are baseball signals the third base coach uses. And what about a kinesthetic proof? What would that look like? Well, we're going to show you one, actually, for a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Can you put two squares together to make a larger square? And if you can, then you're essentially saying a squared plus b squared equals c squared, the Pythagorean theorem. So we're going to show you a very short dance piece. If we can put all this out there. That's good.
gods and demons, gods and demons, gods and demons, gods and triangle squares on the high bottom demons, equals the sum of the squares on the other two demons, yellow rectangle, triangle, square on the high bottom demons, equals the sum of the squares on the other two demons, yellow rectangle, triangle, something called tessellation. If we take that larger square and overlay a pattern of them on a set of smaller squares, you can actually see where that dissection proof comes from. It's actually a fairly ancient proof. And there it is. So what about this idea of tessellations? How might that interact with dance? Well, first let's look at this idea. If you put a lot of triangles, same triangle together, you can see that they'll tile the plane with no gaps and no overlaps. What about quadrilaterals, even if they're concave? They'll tile the plane easily also. What about pentagons? And here's someone, Marjorie Rice, who we focus on in that show that I told you about women mathematicians. She wasn't actually a mathematician, but a homemaker, and she got intrigued by this problem. Are there ways to put pentagons together to tile or cover the plane? And she discovered 5 that had been missed by mathematicians, even though she didn't have much training in mathematics. And she not only did that, but interestingly created her own beautiful artistic tiling. So she was putting the visual arts together with the mathematics she had discovered. Here's another one of her tilings or pentagon discoveries, and one of the this butterfly piece of artwork that she created. Well, this may remind you of artists like M.C. Escher, no gaps and no overlaps. These figures fit together perfectly to cover the plane. How might we use these in dance? I'm going to show you a video clip. Laurel is one of the dancers. Whoops, let me go back. And Maria Basil is another one. She runs San Jose Dance Code. And we're taking the image of the dancers and tessellating them live on the screen. It's pixelated. Yes, it's going through Bluetooth. It pixelates it. So that's special software created by a mathematician artist named Kevin Lee that takes the live image of the dancers, and they manipulate their own images through the software to create these images that technology is not caught up with in order to project for you. Okay. Well, All of these tessellations exhibit something called symmetry. You may have noticed that when you try to insert a credit card in the gas pump, there actually are 4 ways, only one of which is correct. 4 symmetries. Well, here's another mathematician we deal with that focus on, we talk about her story in our show, who discovered that there are amazing connections between symmetry and the conservation laws in physics. Her theorem is as important as Einstein's theory of relativity, yet she remains utterly unknown. And let's see if we can play a symmetry game. Let me see if I can make this work. No, it's not working. So, Laurel and I are going to demonstrate some symmetries, and you're going to do them with us. So the first one, let me click on the thing. Or maybe you can, when I say click, just hit the space bar. So the first one is called translation. We're facing the same way as you. If I raise my right arm, raise your right arm and repeat after me. So stretch it upwards. Pretty easy to follow, even if I go quickly. Good. Dancers have to learn how to follow really quickly. Go ahead. We're facing the same way. Our orientation in our bodies is the same. My right arm, your right arm. Click it again. And again. Reflection. So now I'm facing the opposite way, and Laurel is going to do what you do. If I raise my left arm, you raise your right arm and repeat after me, like mirror image. Oop, don't hit the person there. I move out of the plane, twist a little bit, go fast. Again, dancers have to learn to do these on the fly. Click. So we're facing opposite ways, you and I, and the orientation in the body is opposite. My left arm, your right arm. Again. 180-degree rotation. So if I raise my right arm and Laurel raises her right arm, like the game of Simon Says, so you raise your right, and if I reach to the right, you reach to your right. So there's a 180-degree rotation between us. Imagine a point right here, and we rotate around it and take each other's place. So try this one. Right arm. Very good. And click it again. So, whoops, go back if you can with the, whoops. I'll do it. Yes, so we're facing opposite ways, but there's the same orientation in the body. My right arm, your right arm. That indicates that there's one left out. Go ahead. Same and opposite. So I need to face the same way as you, and if I raise my right arm, you have to raise your left arm. Click it again. Called glide reflection. This one might seem a little more complicated. One more time, click. Yeah, it's the symmetry of footsteps. When you walk, you move forward and switch sides, like this. So it's as everyday as walking, or rotation every day as shaking hands. And we're going to show you one interesting aspect of this. So we're going to show you how these symmetries combine. So Laurel is going to do mirror reflection with you. Good. And I'm going to do glide reflection with Laurel. Keep going. Getting complicated. And freeze. Everybody freeze. Laurel steps out of the way. What symmetry is there now between you and I? Somebody can shout it out, or I'd say raise your hand, but what? 180-degree rotation, yes. So the mirror reflection plus the glide equaled 180-degree rotation. It turns out that any two of these always give the third. This is an aspect of how we move in space that you might not have noticed or thought about. And in math class, you see this. You can reflect through the x-axis or the y-axis, or do an actual 180-degree rotation by changing the signs of points from positive to negative. And here's a reflection and another reflection, which is really a rotation. And it turns out, another thing to think about in math class, that any two of these, reflection in the x or y axis and 180-degree rotation, combine to give the third one. So something to think about. If you add some lines to reflect on these diagonals, you get 4 new points, and it turns out that this gives some of the same symmetries seen in square dance. Well, here are some shapes, this finger geometry again, and we want to show you some finger geometry. So I guess we want to do this one. Put your thumbs together and point your first fingers up. Find someone near you and make a big square. Notice that it can float apart or come together like an animation. Well, that was easy. What about this tetrahedron? Put your thumbs together, point your first and second fingers out. Now just watch for a second. Laurel and I are going to face each other. Her hands are up and down, mine right and left, and we can actually make a nice tetrahedron with these. Give that a try with someone near you. It can float apart, come together, or just disappear. Ah. I know. So let me show you a few videos, if they're, here are some, where we use sections of PVC pipe to actually, it's so pixelated, to create some of these shapes. Let me go on, and I don't know if this dance will be visible or not. Too pixelated. And I think I'll skip the next one. And so, these are the Platonic solids. Which ones can we create with, say, these PVC pipes? So this is an example of something that became a math problem that grew out of dance work on stage. And we actually worked on this and found that there are a lot of interesting math problems or puzzles to solve, but we need somebody to help us. We need a volunteer, and Aria might pick someone. Is there someone who could come help us with this? Nobody's volunteering?
They're high school students.
Ah, come on up. And your name is? Ryan. Join Laurel. And thank you. We have a little puzzle for you. Can you shape this into this tetrahedron? Ah, very good. You know, that was so easy. I'm going to bring one that might be slightly more difficult. I call this the 1, 2, 3 tree. It's got 1, then 2, and then 3 lengths. Can you form this into that tetrahedron? Maybe someone can see. So one thing to think about is there are 3 at each vertex. So there are now 3 at that vertex. I'll hold it. I think you've got it.
Woohoo!
Great. Thank you, Ryan. That was perfect. That was a little more challenging. And it turns out that have a seat, thanks. That of all the trees with 6 edges, it turns out that they all can form what's called the octahedron, all but 1, the cube and the icosahedron, all but 2, the tetrahedron, and only 1, that T123 tree, can form all 5 of them in multiple copies. And this became an interesting problem to try and figure out. It turns that multiple copies can form each of these, but not only that, and here I'll show you how it works. I hope we're not running totally out of time. Well, okay, everybody has to leave in 1 minute?
The bell will ring.
The bell will ring. Will you all stay here?
Yeah, they can stay.
Ah,
Lunchtime,
okay.
right? Lunchtime.
Oh no, I don't want to interrupt their lunchtime. So this is how they go together to form these things. This is the icosahedron and the dodecahedron. Ah, okay.
I didn't hear that.
What?
I don't know.
If anybody stays, we'll show you the rest. So those who have to leave are welcome to leave.
My name is Zoe Alanik. Today I have the pleasure of introducing Tad Hogg. He is a research fellow at the Institute of Molecular Manufacturing since 2009, and he will describe these molecular machines and their potential applications to medicine and microscopic robots. Molecular machines are in an early stage of development, and today we'll hear how there are opportunities to combine insights from physics, chemistry, biology, engineering, and computer science in the emerging field of molecular machining engineering. Mr. Tad Hogg obtained his bachelor's in physics from Caltech and his PhD in physics from Stanford. He worked as a researcher at Zurich Park for 16 years and at HP Labs for 8 years. He is an American Association of the Advance of Science Fellow. Please welcome Tad Hogg.
Thank you. Thank you. It certainly is a pleasure to be here and give you some idea of the kind of research that I've been involved in. When you hear the term alien worlds, probably the first thing that comes to mind is another planet like Mars, or perhaps a deep sea ocean vent with these crushing pressures and exotic forms of life. What I'm going to be talking about is another kind of very strange world, but much closer to home. It's all around us and inside us, and that's the world of molecular machines, such as these machines inside leaves all over the place that collect sunlight and make chemicals, or these little protein motors that walk along tubes inside our cells and transport cargo. What I wanted to describe to you a little bit about is why and what these molecular machines are, a couple of the unfamiliar aspects, that is why I call them alien worlds. I picked one example of the research that I've been involved in dealing with these robots, and then step back a bit and give some ideas of how we might go about exploring these worlds and some ideas that I wish people had told me about STEM careers early on. But first I should say a little bit about me. I went to a high school in Spain. There were 40 students in my graduating class. There were no science enrichment programs, although I was one of the few students very much interested in science. I fortunately had teachers, as you call them at that time, who helped me create independent study class, and then also apply and attend a summer school program in physics for high school students at Cornell University. And then after that, you've heard I went to Caltech and Stanford, both in physics. I've had the fortune of being involved in a variety of different topics. I found the physics and math background has been very helpful in changing fields along the way. I've not stuck to the same one. Today I'm going to talk about molecular machines and micro-robots. So first, let's get a sense of size. The machines I'm going to be talking about are on the lower end of this, somewhere between large molecules and cells, bacteria, and the molecular machines are just basically big molecules. The micro-robots I'll be talking about are roughly the size of bacteria. And there are also today what people can make out of DNA, through DNA origami, you might have heard that term, to make interesting structures that are roughly intermediate in size and capabilities. One example is a DNA-based drug delivery robot that detects, it can do a little bit of logic to detect the right environment, opens up and delivers a drug. Another one is like a warehouse sorting robot that can sort individual molecules on a surface. Actually doesn't require any power. And then just to show that research can be a little bit more fun, this was for a group in Israel that put together some DNA robots that mimic a robot story that Isaac Asimov wrote many, many years ago. Every field has its jargon, and it can be confusing for outsiders, and one of those that comes up here is, what do we call these robots? So DNA robots, roughly nanometer in size, makes sense to call them nanorobots, nanobots, what have you. The robots I'm talking about, which are still theoretical, we cannot yet build them, are of the micrometer size, makes sense to call them micro, but people often use the term nanorobots to cover this whole range. And similarly, micro-robots go up to robots that you can actually see, insect-sized robots. And this is just a potential confusing terminology, so if you hear the term, you just got to look a little bit further to see what people mean. So for instance, microscopic robots mean those that, okay, that animation didn't quite work. Okay, those robots that are just too small to see. The concepts are the same, just the terminology can be a little confusing. People use it different ways. I described some natural molecular machines earlier, and then, of course, we want to engineer molecular machines to do certain kinds of tasks for us. And this is kind of analogous between birds and airplanes. They both fly. The airplanes are the engineered ones that we design for our own purposes. One that I have been working on a couple of years ago is a design for a mechanical molecular computer. Now, this might seem really odd because we're so used to electronic computers. The real advantage of this mechanical computer is small size and particularly very, very low power. And the reason is this moves and rotates on single molecular bonds, which have extremely low friction, that they don't dissipate much energy, compared to electrons, which are moving through resistors and they get hot. And you probably noticed if you use your laptop on your lap for a long time, it can get pretty hot. So these mechanical computers are not likely to be as fast as electronic ones, but much smaller and much lower power. Mechanical computers are not a new idea. It's proposed over a century ago. You can see an exhibit on them at the local computer history museum if you like. Molecular machines could have a wide variety of applications. I'm going to focus on applications in medicine, and it's very, very likely that there are plenty of other applications that no one has yet thought of, because it's very difficult so far to build and play around with these machines. What motivates me for thinking about this for medicine is basically the Goldilocks hypothesis. It comes from the story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears, that I suspect that micron-sized robots, that is, those roughly the size of bacteria, are a really great combination of size, quantity, and capability to deal with a lot of currently incurable diseases. They're small enough, they can travel through capillaries, that means they can get everywhere in the body. They can go even inside cells, because the bacteria-sized cells are smaller than our normal body cells. But they have the ability to treat cells individually. They can be numerous enough to deal with all the cells, or a large number of the cells in our body in a reasonable amount of time. And this gives you an idea of what such a future treatment might look like. This is a picture actually of just diamond powder in water, suspended in water. And you can see on the micrograph that these are all sort of jaggy particles, but they're about a micron in size, same size as the robots. And so at some point, if we can actually make these robots, this is also what a treatment will look like. It'd just be like powder in a liquid. Okay, that animation. Okay. That's numerous enough. Then the third ingredient of this Goldilocks hypothesis, I think these robots can be capable enough that they can actually contain a large number of molecular machines. Now, the robots I'm talking about are tiny. Molecular machines are also tiny. It's easy to just sort of group them all together. But in fact, these robots are enormous compared to molecular machines, which means they can have a large number of machines inside them. And so if we're thinking, for example, of the kind of computational capability of these robots, a rough estimate of just how many of these mechanical logic devices you could put in them using, say, 10% of the robot's volume gives you sort of roughly an estimate that these robots would be like a 1980s microprocessor. So you can go ask your parents what those machines were like, but that's roughly the time when the first Macintosh came out or the first IBM PC. Nothing like the capability of your phones today, but far, far greater capability than, say, what a drug with no computation can do. Some other tricks these robots could provide is communication. They could make like a network, communicating, passing messages to other neighbors in the body. And then the ones that are near the skin could actually communicate with a device to the physician, say, here's what's going on, do you want us to change instructions, and so on. And this is a way of getting real-time information about what is actually going on during a treatment at the level of individual cells. Again, something that if you have a drug, you inject the drug and it does what it does, but you don't get any immediate way of saying, I want to change what the drug is going to do. And finally, these robots don't have to work by themselves. They could also help conventional, either adding smarts or adding precision. So now let me turn to the idea of the alien worlds. So when we want to engineer these molecular machines and robots, we have to understand the world as seen by them, not as seen by us. The first thing that's different is the physics that's important to them. If you're riding your bicycle, you just probably don't even think about it, but when you're moving, you can stop pedaling for a while and you'll coast along for a while. Or when your bicycle stops, it'll just stay stopped until you start up again. And that comes from inertia. And so if you'll take in physics and you'll learn about Newton's laws of motion. Objects resist change in their velocity. Now there are stories where people use small sizes. Most recently, they would be the Ant-Man movies. Unfortunately, these stories are very misleading because they apply familiar large-scale physics to these small systems. It's been known at least since the time of Galileo that the dominant physics really changes with size. And in particular, there's two things that are very different about the physics of molecular machines. One is that surface forces, friction, is much more important than inertia, and the other is thermal motion. And ironically, these are well described by Aristotle's laws of motion. This was what people understood about physics for centuries before Newton. The natural state is at rest. If you don't push, nothing happens. It just sits there. And that's not correct, but it's a very good description of what these little machines deal with. So a consequence for a robot is you cannot move the way that we do in the world. So the way we do swimming, we're not just aware of this. It really relies on inertia. And if we tried the same thing if we were really tiny, we would just go back and forth and not really make any progress. We need a different technique. Fortunately, we can learn from microorganisms which swim in a different way, and they manage quite well. But this is not the way that we would, and not the way that we could engineer it in a familiar way. The second aspect of these alien worlds is their geometry. If you study geometry, almost likely you'll be introduced to Euclidean geometry, which has been taught for many centuries. And if you think about a strange geometry, perhaps you'll think about the bending of space-time near a black hole. There are stories that involve unfamiliar geometries, and I'm happy to say that they actually get the geometry part right. If you're interested. Now our bodies also have a very different and unfamiliar kind of geometry, and this with complex branching networks. One example is blood vessels. If you took the blood vessels in your body and just stretched them out in a line, it would more than circle the Earth. So that gives you an idea for these robots. It's a really big world inside us. Another example is our lungs. If you were to unfold our lungs, one of our lungs would take up a reasonable chunk of this room. And you get a mixing between the blood and the air. Furthermore, there's a tricky mixture of three branching networks that all have to meet at this very small level, not let any fluids mix and get out and so on. It takes about 20 or 30 levels of branching to reach that. And just try to imagine the intricate geometry of that. This is not Euclid's geometry. This goes by names like fractals. It took a long time, starting in the 1980s, for people to accept that there is this different kind of shapes and so on. So one odd thing about fractals is they can have dimensions between integers. So we're used to in Euclidean geometry, you have a two-dimensional plane or a three-dimensional solid. A fractal in a reasonably meaningful sense can have a dimension of 2.8, 2.3. What does this matter for these robots? Well, one example is navigation. How do they get through the body, find out where they're going? And that brings me to the research example I wanted to talk about. When research is presented, usually you just see the final result. Everything's all wonderful. What I'm going to do a little bit here is pull back the curtain a bit and show you some dead ends that didn't work out. That's more like a research project is at the beginning, when you're not sure where you're going to go. I'm going to be focusing on short-range navigation. These are the kinds of things we learn as toddlers. How do you walk straight in a hallway? How do you sort of not bump into obstacles and don't wander into some interesting room and never come out? Short-range navigation. In the case of these robots, this is dealing with navigation in small blood vessels. How might we go about doing this? Well, we're visual creatures. The most natural thing for us to think about is we'll use vision. And that's what we see in the stories. Unfortunately, microscopic robots are likely to be visually challenged. First of all, it's dark in the body, so they need a light source, like they might have like a flashlight, and that uses energy, which these robots probably don't have a lot of. Second, it's likely to be blurry. Features on cells that they might be interested in looking at are smaller than the wavelength of light, so the light's not going to resolve them very clearly. And third, it's likely to be very computationally demanding. So imagine trying to run a self-driving car with a 1980s personal computer. It would not work very well. So vision, even though it's the most natural for us, I think is a poor choice. So then I want to think, well, what we're trying to do in these blood vessels, it's a complex three-dimensional geometry with all these branchings and so on that I mentioned, lots of walls and other objects, and that led me to think about caves. Now, if you've had a chance to visit caves, you'll see formations like this. Your guide might offer to show you the cave in natural lighting, in which case it's like this. It's a very interesting experience. If you've never done this, you'll see no matter how long you wait for your eyes to adapt, it makes absolutely no difference. Eyes open, closed, absolutely no difference. A really interesting experience. But we know there are animals that do just fine navigating in caves, such as bats. So that led me to the second thing to try, navigate with sonar. Bats do it in caves, maybe the micro-robots could do this in blood vessels. And so the idea would be the robots give out these sounds just like bats do and look for echoes and try to figure out what's going on there. I'm going to give an example. So the bat's air in rock, and in the case of the robots, blood and tissue. Imagine they emit an acoustic pulse, and let's see what happens. Get this to work. There we go. So the speed of sound in rock is very much higher than in air. So that's why you saw the sound go very, very quickly. The air gives the air versus the rock gives a very nice echo. But when they look at the difference between blood and tissue, both of which acoustically are more or less like water, you could probably only faintly see the echo there. And so that means if we're going to use sonar to have a detectable echo, you have to have a really strong sound pulse. And again, that means you're using a lot of energy from the robots, which they might not have. And also, large intensity sound could damage nearby tissue, and you don't want that either. So that led me to conclude both these choices are not such great things. What might we use for a better navigation method? Well, ideally, we'd like the robot not to have to emit a signal. It would be nice if it were like we go outside and we walk around in the daytime, the sun provides the light. We don't need flashlights. So that led me to this fish. It's a blind fish that lives in caves and pools and caves and navigates just fine based on how the fluid forces are on its skin. So then I wanted to evaluate that for micro-robots in a simple context. You put a robot in a vessel, this is all in simulation, and have the fluid move it, see what the forces are like. And this gives you an idea on the left, variations in pressure pushing in and out on the robot, and on the right, forces along the surface. I'm going to give you an example of a robot moving in a branching vessel so we can see how the pattern of forces changes. As the robot moves, the fluid not only pushes it along but also rotates it. So this green line indicates the orientation so you can see the rotation. And then I'm just going to zoom in on this box to show you what that's like. So here shows from the point of view of the robot what the fluid flow is like around the robot and the variation in pressure, and those lead to a pattern of forces on the surface of the robot. And you can see how this changes as the robot gets closer to the branch and starts moving into the smaller vessel. Okay. So now, machine learning is all the rage these days, so this is an obvious case for that. You take many vessel geometries and robots and the positions and so on, and their corresponding force patterns, figure them out. This is all in simulation, and then you'd want to figure out, given if I have the force pattern, what can I tell about where I am in the vessel, how fast I'm moving, what direction is the wall if I want to get to the wall, and so on. It turns out, this is where the physics actually comes to our advantage. Small scale fluid flow is smooth and regular, not like the turbulent fluid flow that we encounter at our scale. And that makes the computation and doing the interpretation a lot simpler than what these fish have to do. So the conclusion here is this would be great for robots with not so much great computation. They don't have to be as clever as fish in interpreting their world. One sign of a productive research direction is there's always more questions. And here I've listed a couple of them. And then one of the skills you need to develop as part of research is decide, when am I done? When do I have enough to finish a project, or for that matter, a PhD thesis? You can always do more. Now that was the research project, a particular example that I wanted to tell you. And now let me give you some ideas of, well, how might you go about exploring alien worlds, whether they're these molecular machines or some other unfamiliar environment that you have. And the one idea is, well, can you find animals that live in different worlds, different perceptions that can be helpful and that are relevant? So dogs with smell, bats with sonar, and so on. And there's a variety of books that will help you with that. One thing I do want to caution you about is getting your idea of a field from news media. A number of years ago, a journalist interviewed me about my research. The article was fine, but it had none of the caveats or limitations or uncertainties that I talked about during the interview. And what this means is basically the news tends to emphasize the exciting progress, and you'll get a misunderstanding of the state of the field if you just look at the headlines. Here's an example from a recent British news weekly on whether or not AI is helping biologists understand proteins better. And so if you see this, you'd say, well, it looks like I should, if I'm a researcher, I ought to start using these AI techniques. I'll probably publish more papers. And that might be right, but you have to look a little deeper to decide, well, is this a causal relation or is it just a correlation? For instance, it could be the more productive scientists are the ones that jump on the new technology more readily. It could even work the other way. Maybe these productive scientists published 30% more papers before, and then they got distracted by all the going and playing around with AI, and then don't publish as much. You need to be a little bit more careful on that. This question of cause versus correlation is a really difficult problem in science. The book on the left and its associated website has a variety of really funny, spurious correlations of things that have nothing to do with each other, and the one on the right is an academic attempt to help improve statistical inference by making a distinction between cause and correlation. It's not an easy thing to do. Another thing that comes up in the news is we remember dramatic stories much better than, say, a boring list of facts or statistics. And so the news often tends to present an exceptional case as if that's the typical one. You read a headline, a new drug cures cancer, some particular person's cancer. Well, that's great, but it might not say, is that one person out of 1,000? The notion is that many of these strange and unusual events get really amplified in the news, but you have to realize that unusual events can happen all the time if you have a large enough population. So this book is a really good introduction to that, and the example is I buy a lottery ticket and I win, I'm really surprised. But millions of people buy lottery tickets. I'm not at all surprised that somebody wins. And you could have a news reporter go to that particular person and say, well, how did they pick their grandmother's birthday, and all sorts of various things. Had nothing to do with actually winning. It was a random, but you would make a nice news story around that. I'm going to suggest some tools better than just looking at the headlines. Three tools: guess, check, and switch. And what I mean by those is, first, when you're exploring a new world, try to get the lay of the land. Informed guessing is a good way to do it. On the left is a book about basically guess estimation problems. These are also called Fermi problems. And on the right is a textbook of a course. It's available online. It's, at MIT. It was also taught at Caltech, which goes into a bit more detail of how do I estimate what's important and what's about a subject that I'm not familiar with? An example that I gave here in this talk was my estimate of the computational capability of these robots. Now, you've been studying for a while, you think you understand what's going on, maybe you do, but it's important to check your understanding with contrary evidence. And so what I did here was, I could have just assumed sonar works great for bats, end of story. But it was important to actually go and check that the difference of the physics for these micro machines could make a difference in that. I've had the privilege of working with a large number of interns and really enjoyed the project. One thing I try to get across to them is it's okay to change the question if you're getting stuck. Research is not like a homework problem. An example I showed you here is I started off thinking of navigation, just in general, but then focused on this short-range navigation. First, you got to learn to work as a toddler before you can do, sort of go to some other city around the world. Another skill is, and this might be kind of disappointing, is like meaning to say, do your homework, solve problems. I had experiences in college physics class. We'd have a guest lecture, everything seems wonderful and clear. You go home then and try to do the homework and you're stuck. Why? Because we as students didn't have the experience of knowing which of the many possible techniques going forward would be the one leading to the path, whereas the experienced professor did, and that's what he presented. So that's part of why I tried to show you when I was this example of the navigation, these false directions. I started with vision and sonar, and they seemed reasonable, but it did not work out. You'll be called upon to report your discoveries when you do make them. You'll have to explain in presentations. For me, in high school, debate and Model United Nations were really helpful for that. They were public policy topics, nothing to do with technology, but they got me up speaking, answering questions, and so on. If you have opportunities for public speaking, I really encourage you to take advantage of that. One thing that I didn't appreciate until after graduation and working in industry for a while is something you have to explain to your discovery to a patent lawyer. And there's various things that are termed just like science and technology have their unfamiliar terms. So does the law. Obvious in patent law means something different than what I thought of. Once I've discovered something, it seems pretty obvious. This is hindsight bias. It's very easy after the fact. Oh, okay, I saw all these paths. I discovered this. It seems pretty obvious. But you tend to forget all the dead ends along the way. So let me give you a couple of suggestions. This is mainly what I picked out from interns. The people have different research styles. You try to find what's comfortable for you, and one good clue is, what is fun? What do you find engaging? Learning about fields, it can be very much from an inspiring teacher. And then I'd like you to expect change. Technology is constantly changing. You might end up in something that's not what you started with. And basic science and math are really good foundations. So to summarize, molecular machines and micro-robots, potentially significant applications. They're a way to manufacturing technology. It's somewhat like the situation with transistors. It took decades before we got to the point of having photolithography. And for alien worlds that are all around us, they're in plain sight, but we just don't see them. They have unfamiliar properties. They can be a great source of new ideas and technologies. And now I'd like to take questions. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have time for a couple of questions.
So you mentioned for these machines that go on like the blood cells, you mentioned they get a reading of the forces. How do you measure the forces? What sensors do you use that can measure forces on a nanoscale? So
there are these materials called piezoelectric materials that when they slightly compress, they make a voltage. That's one way. Another could be you could have a piston or a little like hair, if you like, that sticks out, and like cat whiskers, and they push, and that distortion is something that can be detected in the robot. So a variety of it. This is molecular machine engineering. We need to figure out what kind of molecular machines would be good for sensors, for computers, for locomotion, for all these things. It's really a good field. Question?
You explained that in Israel they had like microscopic robots or something. Could you explain that a little bit more?
So this is the field of DNA robots. So DNA, you might know that the two strands of DNA, when they're complementary, they stick together, and when not complementary, they don't. And biology uses that for cell reproduction and so on. But people have engineered that. You can make your own DNA strands that will stick together and fold up in precise ways. So people use those, and then you add some things on the sides that say when they detect certain chemicals, they'll change how they fold. And that's the basis of DNA robots. And this Israeli group took a collection of that and reproduced a scenario that was in the science fiction story. That was mostly for fun.
Yeah.
Does that help?
Like, what was the scenario though? That's what I'm like.
Oh, so are you familiar with Asimov's 3 laws of robotics? Have you heard of those? So that's his famous thing in his stories. And this, the idea is that the first law says the robot can't harm humans. The second one, the robot has to protect itself, and the third one to obey what humans say. And this was a scenario in which somehow this robot was getting a little bit confused, going back and forth between what the priorities were on these laws. It's a fun short story and amusing that then they could reproduce that scenario in the context
Yeah,
of the
that's
DNA.
really cool. Thanks.
I was just gonna ask, or we were gonna ask, hypothetically, if there were these robots, if they stopped working for some reason, would it be harmful to anyone's bodies or anything like that?
So that certainly, safety, of course, with any medical technology is something you'd have to look at, and so you'd have to worry about when I design these robots, can they become in a if they stop working, do they become a fail-safe mode where they're not activating the immune system, they're not causing any problems, or maybe you need other robots to go and find them and take them out. There's a whole variety of possibilities and work that needs to be done to address that kind of question.
I think our last question will take over here before we switch.
Okay, if you had a vial of these micro robots and you drank it, what would it taste like?
It would depend on what you've decided to put on the surfaces, because that's what our tongues would be sensitive to. And most likely what you're going to try to is engineer these surfaces so that, say, they're invisible to the immune system, and also that the robots don't stick to each other. So you have a variety of those things, and those will be some shaped molecules on the surface. I don't know what they're going to taste like. Hopefully not too terrible. So if you did need to drink them, that would be the easiest way to get them. Put them in your tea or something like that.
I like the way you're thinking. It would need to be a design criteria, probably, of some sort. Yeah. Great. Thanks so much for your talk. Let's thank our speaker. If you are staying for the second half of this block, stay put. We've got just a little break while the classes transition. If you're only here for the first half, then follow your teacher and exit quickly. Thank you.
structural engineers. Cool. Now, how did you come to those, and how do you know they're the right thing?
My name is Zoe Alonic, and I'm sure many of you have wondered if a career in STEM is right for you. Today I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Bill Halpin, who will explore some of the things to consider when choosing a career in STEM. Drawing from his experiences at Google, Intel, IBM, GE, Synopsys, and 2 startups, Mr. Halpin is a principal engineer and director at Google, where he leads the Gmail, calendar, and chat intelligence engineering team. His team is responsible for building large language and other machines learning features in Gmail, calendar, and chat. Mr. Halpin joined Google in 2010. Dr. Bill Halpin graduated from Syracuse University with a Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Engineering and a Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics. He also earned his Master and PhD in Computer Engineering from Syracuse. He was the Vice President of IQE, a company that he founded as a student at Syracuse University. He is also an author of 50 patents, numerous conference papers, and co-author of a book on algorithms for designing and implementing computer chips. Bill Halpin has 4 children in the district. His oldest son is a junior at LHS, and his oldest daughter is a freshman. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Bill Halpin.
Thank you, Zoe. Thank you so much. So, Zoe, thanks a lot for that introduction. And thanks for all the organizers of this event. It's pretty neat. I've been hearing about it from my kids for years. When they heard, well, I didn't tell them that I was going to be coming here, because in general they're not so interested in my life. But somehow one of their teachers asked them, you know, is this your dad? Is he like coming for STEM Week? And they're like, no, not my dad. And then they read my bio and they're like, what is all this stuff? You had a whole life before us. So anyway, talk to your parents. They may be interesting. Maybe that's the lesson. We at least got some laughs from the parents in the audience on that one. All right. How many of you are here? Well, let's start like this. How many of you are here because you're forced to be here? Okay. That's fine. Let's start from a position of honesty and truth. All right. That's okay. How many of you are considering a career in STEM? Like legitimately? All right, I'd say 60, 70%. How many people are not considering a career in STEM? You raise your hand. All right, less. And how many people are not voting? They're still not voting, of course, only a few. All right, what's your name back there? Emmett. Thanks for voting, not voting. Well done. All right, for some of you people who are not considering a career in STEM, just like shout out. You don't need to raise your hand. What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Great answer. We're going to talk about that. Anything else? Environmental, that's not STEM? All right, who thinks that's science? Environmental, it's called environmental science. All right, we disagree. All right, but you may be right. All right, anyone else not studying STEM? Someone said marketing. Baylor? You're studying marketing? Maybe. Okay, so we'll see. All right, we're gonna talk about this more. All right, who thinks STEM is absolutely not right for you? All right. Okay, there's only one answer. We have one. There's always one person in the audience who's difficult. All right. How many of you have a parent who works in a STEM field? That's a lot. It's probably 40% or so. Makes sense. Keep your hand up. Keep your hand up. All right. If you have a relative who works in STEM, raise your hand. You can keep your hand up. How about a neighbor? Any friends in STEM? All right, a few more hands. All right, so almost everyone here knows one or more people in STEM. That's great. That's not the world that I grew up in. All right, so one of the things we're going to talk about today is what is STEM and what is a STEM career. Let's start out. Emmett. Where's Emmett? Wasn't Emmett here? No? Emmett, what's a STEM career? Gavin, what's a STEM career?
An engineering.
An engineer. All right, keep going. Let's hear some more. Computer scientists, keep going. Louder. Tell me your name. Milan, nice to meet you. Physics. Well done. Others. Come on, just because I asked Milan his name, everyone's going to be quiet now. Please. All right, you moved your hand. Back there. Yes, you. What's a tech career? What's a STEM career? Math teacher. Great. Other ones? Yes, please. Thanks for raising your hand. What's your name? Doctor. Fantastic. Others? Pittsburgh. Nice. He's ready to roll. What's your name? Matthew. Well done. All right. Is a manager a STEM career?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Agree. Yes, please. Psychology. Do you think that's a STEM career? I think so too. What else? Who can name a career that's not a STEM career? What's your name?
Well, I was going to say art, but I realized it's STEAM.
Yeah, STEAM, so we'll put an art there, but even if it wasn't STEAM, like art, a lot of art today is involving computers, right? Right, you're making a movie. Yes, please. Historian. Huh. You sure? No, I mean, maybe. I'm just asking questions. You sure? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Sorry, I didn't hear. Just a little louder. I'm deaf. Are you saying cleaning? Correct. I heard you correctly. Cleaners. Okay. All right. Anyone else want to? Yes, please. Louder. Social media influencer. Do you think that might involve any tech?
Yes.
Maybe social media itself? Or like, how do you get more clients or more people to pay attention? Or how do you optimize? Well, let's talk. Remind me if I don't come back to it. All right. Whoops, we're going the wrong speed here. All right, I hope some of you can read this. This is a little bit about me. So I grew up in a tiny, tiny little town in upstate New York. Now, everyone thinks New York is like New York City, big place, lots of people. Not where I grew up. Very, very small. And in my high school, there was one computer. Yeah, what? Isn't that crazy? Who can even imagine this? Who is this weird person up here? Right? It probably was the only computer in the whole town. One computer. Yeah, crazy. There's no like cell phones. There was no cell phones. Forget smartphones. All right. And I want to tell you today 3 stories. And the first one is about how I stumbled into computers and how I stumbled into tech. And I hope I don't get in any trouble for telling you the story, but we'll see. Hopefully it'll be okay. And Zoe was very nice to talk about my bio, so we're going to skip that. But if you want to get the slides, you can read my thesis, or you can look it up online. All right. This here is the first computer that I used. It's the Wang 2200. All right. And if we adjusted for inflation, the cost of this computer was around $50,000. Right? And this is what it looked like. It was really pretty ugly. It had these 2 dials over here. You could adjust the intensity and contrast. And it had a keyboard. And you programmed it in BASIC. It was hardwired to, how many people have programmed in BASIC? All right, we got a few hands. How many people here have programmed? There you go. All right. Well, when I first saw this computer, I was in 9th grade, and I was in geometry class. And this computer, my geometry teacher, Mr. Scott, fantastic guy. He was the geometry teacher, and he was the computer science teacher, okay? And this computer was in the back of the geometry class, which I had to take. And there were a couple of my wrestling buddies who used to come here and play this football game. Now, I guarantee you, this, even at the time, this was the worst game you've ever seen. Absolutely. I got my game friend there. Remind me your name? Brian, yes. Thank you, Brian. It was terrible. In fact, when I was preparing for the speech, I actually looked online and I found a YouTube video of this and I showed my kids, and it's hilarious. It's really terrible. All right. But somehow, imagine, picture yourself being a 9th grader. Got any 9th graders here? So when I was in 9th grade, thanks, I thought it'd be really, really cool to change the scoreboard. Now, I think I'm not going to say exactly what I was going to change it to, but some of you probably can guess. It was really juvenile. But like somehow I got it in my mind that it'd be cool to change the scoreboard. And so I asked the 2 other guys I was with, they were seniors, so presumably they knew more than me. I'm like, how do we change this? They're like, you need to edit the program. You need to edit. People have edited programs? All right, so you know what I'm talking about. All right, so I need to edit the program. So I go to Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, can you tell me how to edit programs? And Mr. Scott, like, this is one of those things in life where, you know, it could go one way or another way. And Mr. Scott said, edit programs? You don't even know how to write programs. You must mean you want to write programs. Now, I couldn't exactly tell him that I wanted to change the word drink up here to something else, because he would have not helped me out, right? So I just nodded my head. Yes, of course, Mr. Scott, I want to write programs. He's like, okay, great. So he got the book, which I also found this morning online, the basic instruction book for this computer. He gave it to me. I took it home. I read it. I came back the next morning. Mr. Scott, how do I edit programs? He's like, you still haven't written any programs. So he's like, write the program for Fibonacci sequence. Gavin, do you know what Fibonacci sequence is? No. Who here knows what Fibonacci sequence? Who can give me like the first 5 digits? Yes, sir. What's your name? Yes. Louder. Everett. Nice to meet you. Bill. First 5 digits. 1. All right. I think you're giving a different sequence. Fibonacci sequence. We want to give one more go at this. Baylor.
It's like 1, 1, 2, 5, 8.
1, 1, 2. All right. She's got it. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. You basically just keep adding the 2 previous numbers, right? Well done. Awesome. All right. So that's Fibonacci sequence. So I wrote that, you know, that afternoon before wrestling practice. And then, you know, I asked Mr. Scott, of course, how to edit programs. And he looked at me kind of, he's like, well, the program is only like 5, you know, lines long. Just type over the line. So this happened day after day after day for like a few weeks. And eventually I stopped asking questions about how to edit programs until I remembered my original goal. And then I asked him how to edit programs, and he said, well, I lost the diagram. You hit this key, then you hit this key, then you hit this key, and you go to the line number, which was 8680. And I went there, and I typed the new stuff, and then I ran the game, and guess what? It said exactly what I wanted to say. And but by then, I was hooked. So think about how crazy that is. This is a crazy story, right? This is my introduction to STEM. Now, why am I telling you this story? Well, first, serendipity. Serendipity. You have to be willing to be silly. You have to be curious. And you also have to not worry too much about what other people think. Does that seem like a good idea? If I was worried about what people, I wouldn't have done this. And it would have changed my life. It would have changed my life. I never would have been introduced to STEM. Now, you guys have STEM all around you, so it's different, and I want to help you to have a better start at this. So we're going to talk about this some more. All right. Now, Zoe was nice enough to tell some of the stuff that I worked on. So I've had fantastic internships when I was young in college. I worked at GE, I worked at IBM, and then I worked at a university research lab, and I'm going to tell you more about that toward the end of this presentation. I started a couple of companies, and then I worked at Intel and a couple of other companies where I used some optimization algorithms to basically figure out how to make computer chips. And then for the last 13 years, I've worked at Google. Okay? So the story of Google is also an interesting one. So I went to Google for 9 years. I'm going to do this. I went there 9 years before I finally decided to interview and see if I could work there. I had lunch there about 100 times. The food was fantastic. How many people have been to Google? How many people have had lunch there or dinner or something? Food's pretty good? It's good. Again, if the food wouldn't have been good, maybe I wouldn't have went there. But anyway, I went there for 100 times. I'm not exaggerating. Now, why did I go there 100 times? The place, it vibrated with energy. You could see that this was an amazing place. This is more than 20 years ago, like pretty early in the company's founding. Why didn't I, I wanted to work there so badly. Why didn't I? How many people here have heard of imposter syndrome? Okay. How many people, okay, I'll tell you, imposter syndrome is this feeling like you don't belong, that somehow fate played some mad trick on the world, and you're in a cool place, but you really don't belong there. Make sense? Reasonable definition? How many people have ever felt like this? How many people have felt like this, but they don't want to raise their hand right now? All right, no? Okay. So this was me. I was scared of going there and interviewing and failing. And fortunately, I got a push from a bunch of friends and some other things. And I finally interviewed, and I obviously got a bunch of offers there to do amazing things, and ended up, and I'm still working at Google. But it's not rare that I'm there in a meeting or at my desk thinking, how did this happen? So even now, after being there for 13 years, I'm like, maybe do I really belong here? So if you're ever feeling like this, I used to tell people don't hold yourself back, don't feel like an imposter. I've realized now that if I can't stop myself at my age from feeling like an imposter, I'm probably not going to be. And what I do, and the advice I'll give you, is have some friends in your life, or a parent or someone else like this, that will push you, that will see, hey, you're holding yourself back. You're not letting yourself try things that you should. In my experience, that's the best way to guard against imposter syndrome. Does that make sense? Yes? All right. All right, so what do I do at Google? So as Zoe mentioned, I work in what's called an intelligence team. That sounds kind of fancy, I guess. It sounds smart. We picked the name, so I guess, that was a good thing. Maybe we did a good job. But like within Google's workspace products, like Calendar and Chat and Gmail. How many people here use Gmail? I think you guys use it for school. That's good. Biggest show of hands. Woohoo. We work on the smart features in Google. Like you're typing and it finishes the next few words that you need, or it automatically gives you the like short response you need. Or now with large language models, we're actually writing the emails for you. Has anyone tried this? All right, woohoo. So this is what I do at work. It's been a lot of fun recently. So as the previous presenter mentioned, Gen AI and large language models and AI in general, getting a ton of attention. So when we released this earlier this year, ton of attention from the New York Times, from lots of online sites. And it's really exciting. It's exciting to be able to solve problems and improve people's lives and make a difference in the world. All right. So if you zoom out to like the 30,000 foot level, my job at work is applying the scientific method. How many people We'll make a quiz. Who can tell me what the scientific method is, roughly? Yes, please.
So scientific method is basically you start with a question. So basically you like start with a question, try to figure out like what's happening, then make an experiment. You write the stuff down, and then like I guess see if like your initial like hypothesis is correct. If it's not, then you like make another experiment.
Thank you. What's your name?
Amelie.
Amelie. Thank you. Amelie, that is exactly right. That is exactly what I do at work. Amelie, I'm going to give a shorter version of that. Basically the same thing you said. I try something, it fails. I try something else, it fails. And I just keep repeating this and learning and learning and learning and learning, right? And actually this came up in the previous discussion too. This scientific method is so powerful, it allows you to explore in a rigorous way to improve the world. Now, so like this is my profession. I'm a professional improver. So I try something, it fails, try something. Now I have to say, this also makes me an annoying dad, right? Because at home, I'm always like bugging my wife or my kids. Are we doing this good enough? Are we doing this good enough? Kind of annoying, but it makes me kind of useful at work. Annoying at home, useful at work. All right, now I want to try an experiment with you guys. And I want to see if we can apply the scientific method to the question that I've had here for this presentation, which is, volunteer, what's the topic of the presentation? Alex, putting you on the spot, buddy.
Is STEM right for you?
Bingo. Is STEM right for you? Well done, Alex. All right, I think I'm going to keep, is STEM right for you? Let's try this. We're going to apply the scientific method to is STEM right for you. So, Amelie, we have our question, right? Is STEM right for you? Right? Now, the first thing we're going to do is analyze some background information. What would be some background information we might want to analyze? You guys are, how many people are thinking about this? What career, what do I want to study? I think many of you are thinking about this now, yes? Thank you. All right, so let's again go to the right-hand side. What's some information we might want to think about here as we think about, is STEM right for you? Amelie.
Maybe like what you're interested in?
She said, maybe what you're interested in. Does someone want to expand on this? Yes.
Into what you're interested in, what exact field, what motivates you? What are you interested in?
What motivates you? What are you interested in? You guys could be giving this lecture for me. I love it. Anyone else want to add on to this? Please.
You could ask, do you enjoy working with STEM?
Do you enjoy working with STEM? Beautiful. Anyone else want to add on to this? Okay, yes, Eden.
Your passions and hobbies.
Your passions and what are you passionate about? Thank you, Eden. That's great. All right, we are well on our way. All right, oh, sorry, I just advanced. So we've established there's a you side of is STEM right for you. What's the other side?
Money, I don't know.
Money. Okay, thanks, Amelie. Yes, please. STEM. Bingo. Love it. All right. Here it is. Is STEM right for you? There's the you side, there's the potential careers. And we got to figure, do these two things connect? That's the question. Is STEM right for you? All right. So it turns out that someone wrote a book on this. It's called Find Your Why. Right here. I happen to have a few copies. And at the end, if anyone wants to read this book, I'll give it to you. You guys have done a great job of answering my questions. Find your why. This is about what your passion is. What kind of priorities you have? What does it pay? What will actually strike that? What are you about? What excites you? Do you want to change the world? Do you want to have like a work-life balance where you can have time for your family? Do you want to make time for a whole diversity of things? Do you want to work inside, outside? You need to explore this. And at work, I've talked to thousands of managers about how to work with people in their teams, about how to draw out their why. These are called career conversations. And when I was in 9th grade, I had no idea what any of this stuff is. But I want to encourage all of you. Read the book, go watch a YouTube video. I'm sure there's a TED Talk on this. Think about what your why is. And it won't be one static thing, and it won't be, I suspect it won't be one thing. But think about what you're about. And one way that's useful for me in thinking about this is I think about when I'm a grandfather, when I'm retired, what will I want to have said about my life? You know, and when I was a young kid, like, I thought I might be like being in the newspaper or being, you know, famous or whatever else, and it turns out for me now it's not about any of that. But you guys find your own why. All right, we're going to run through, I don't know, I think you guys can't really see this, but this is data. The other side of this is what are careers about? So the US Census Bureau compiles a bunch of data. And on this left-hand side, you have STEM careers, engineering, computers, physical science, biology, psychology, and then it maps into different careers. Up at the top, it's computer science, mathematicians, et cetera. And you can see the mapping. And what's interesting here is definitely there's an affinity between STEM majors and STEM careers, but there's a lot of non-STEM things to study that map into STEM careers. And the opposite is true too. If you want to study education, like for example, you want to be a math teacher or engineering teacher, you're going to come from a STEM major into education. If you're going to be a manager, same thing. You're going to manage an architectural company or a mechanical engineering company or maybe a computer science company. So there's all kinds of things that map into managers. And this would be true of finance. So it's really, really rich in terms of the mapping. It's not like when I was a kid, it's mostly if you studied computer science, you would become a programmer. It's really, really different. That's why it's so exciting that all of you here, so many people here have taken computer science or programmed. It's not like a 0 or 1 yes or no answer to this. Okay, I think I'm going to stop here because I want to leave time for questions. And we're running low on time. So I'm just going to jump to the end, and we'll jump to the thank you slide, and I want to take questions. So let's go. Your chance to ask me questions.
Are you, like, actively... Oh, thank you so much.
Hello.
Oh! Are you actively, like, doing the AI stuff?
Yes.
How are you going to make it so that it's not, like, abused by users?
So the question is, are you actively doing AI and large language models, and how are you going to make it so it's not abused? This is not a new problem, it's something we've been working on a long time, and it's something that we pay a lot of attention. There's a whole bunch of people that I work with that are doing this, people in my team, people outside of my team. We actually stress test every single thing that goes out to test for this. It's really, really important. Stress test is like, try to get it to do something bad, or if it's, you know, basically force it into that situation. Excellent question. Yes?
For your AI job, how do you set guidelines? Like I guess, I assume you can't just hard code, like, we don't want that and that. So, like, how do you ensure, like, you know, there's certain guidelines which need to be followed?
So, I mean, there's a bunch of ways here. I don't really want to get into the details of what we're doing. Some of it's with human inspection, some of it's with machines. Some of it is just checking to see if anything really terrible is coming out, so there might be some hard-coded things. But yes, so you want to, yeah, I'm going to stop there with that question, but it is something we pay a lot of attention to. Yes, please.
I was just going to ask, like, what is the name of the book? Because I kind of want to check it out.
You want to read the book that...
Like, what's the name of the book?
Here, the book is called Find Your Why. It's by Simon Sinek. And he also has another book, which is really fantastic, that's very useful when you're thinking about problems and doing solving problems like I do, were called Start With Why. So like normally in life, people think about the what and the how. What am I good at? How do I become a computer scientist or an architect or whatever else? But they skip over the why. And so this is why, what motivates me, what motivates this problem, this is almost always the right place to start. You'll get to the how and the what, but start with why. All right, yes.
I know you mentioned that your teacher in high school kind of motivated you to start in the computer programming industry. I was just wondering if you had any other mentors throughout your life that really inspired you to join STEM.
This is a great question, and I actually skipped over a couple of the other stories. I'll just try to make this brief. When I was a freshman in college, I went to a scholarship interview, and one of the people there on the interview panel, there was like 12 different professors and administrators there asking me all these questions, and at the end, I got to ask them a question. And one of them worked leading this research group at the university, and I asked him if there was any way that I could do research there. Now, the reason I did this was because my dad had been pestering me for like 6 months. Why don't you go see if you can do some research? And I'm like, Dad, I'm only a freshman. I don't know anything. I'm changing basic code. I don't know anything. These are people working on their PhD. How am I going to do anything there? But I figured just to like show him that I was right and he was wrong, I would ask this, his name is Dr. Bali, is there anything I can do? Now I would have been happy like emptying the garbage cans. My dad actually suggested that maybe you could empty the garbage cans. But he says, yeah, sure, come on by my office and we'll see what we can do. That's the guy I started my company with. Without Dr. Bali, I would have literally dropped out of engineering school. I would have become a lawyer. And my life, like that doesn't line up with my why as well, but like you'll see, maybe you see it now, but you'll probably also see it when you go to college. All of the professors are not like entertaining. They're sometimes boring. I'm sure none of the teachers here, I've met a lot of your teachers, they're very exciting, but you're gonna run across boring teachers. The way the information is conveyed can be boring because it's not about discovery, it's about like kind of dumping all the knowledge into your head. And so it's just like the way it comes across is just weird. So without Dr. Bali, totally would have I would not be the person that I am. Thanks for that question.
So since there's an influx in STEM majors, how do you kind of address that oversaturation of like people in the STEM field? Are there going to be like new jobs or something in the future?
So constantly. So it's so weird for me. Like if you think about what you've heard of my life journey, growing up in a town with one computer, there was no Netflix. We had a TV and we had a radio. Like the next most sophisticated thing we had in the house was a vacuum cleaner. Right? Like, just think about how crazy that is. Here, we're doing molecular level instrumentation on your body. On my arm, I have a continuous glucose monitor, something no one would have thought of years ago. I had some heart problem. I had a monitor that like wore around. There's all kinds of things that are changing. And the skills, the things that you're learning here in school, your math classes, your science classes, actually, all of your classes, like, you shouldn't think of STEM, to my pictures here, as mapping only STEM into STEM. As the previous presenter said, study public speaking, go out for debate, join student government. There's so many things. Explore, take a marketing class, learn accounting, right? So this is something that's been true for a long time. If you go back 200 years ago, most people were in agriculture, 97% of people, right? And when I was a kid, a lot of people were doing manufacturing. Things keep changing. We're going to keep on finding new things to invent. I'm just not worried about this.
Let's give our speaker a round of applause. Thanks.
Thank you, Eden. Thank you. It's really nice meeting you.